before there were cities, kings, or even language as we know it, there was one continent where the human story began, not in Europe, not in Asia, but in Africa, a land of shifting lakes, broken valleys, vanishing forests, and ancient survival. Why did humanity begin there and nowhere else? What was so different about Africa that it shaped the first footsteps, the first tools, and eventually the first true humans? Before we go deeper, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. If this is the kind of history and mystery you enjoy, the oldest chapter of the human story does not begin in a city, or beside a monument, or in the shadow of any ruin that still has a name. It begins in a landscape that is older than memory and far less stable than it appears from a distance. There are long grasslands under a pale sky, belts of woodland, volcanic ridges, broken valleys, lakes that swell and shrink across centuries, and horizons filled not with certainty but with movement. Herds pass through, predators follow, seasons fail and return. Forest opens into scrub, then closes again. Dust settles over footprints, bones, and the scattered remains of lives too small and too ancient to know they will someday be called the beginning. If one were to stand in Africa deep in prehistory, there would be nothing to announce that this is where the human story is taking shape. That is part of the mystery. The place that produces humanity does not look like a ceremonial birthplace. It looks like a continent in motion, immense, difficult, and alive. That mystery is more striking because humans now live almost everywhere. From Arctic coastlines to equatorial forests, from mountain plateaus to crowded shorelines, the species seems almost designed for expansion. It is tempting to imagine that such a creature could have emerged in many regions at once, or that intelligence itself might simply have bloomed wherever conditions allowed. For a long time, many people did imagine something like that. The idea that humanity had a single deep homeland was not always widely accepted, and even when it was suggested, Africa was not always given the central place it deserved. Older traditions of scholarship often place the beginning elsewhere, sometimes for lack of evidence, sometimes because the evidence from Africa had not yet been found or understood, and sometimes because bias quietly shaped what people thought they were likely to discover. The continent was treated as peripheral to the grand narrative of civilization, even though civilization is a much later event and has very little to do with the first emergence of human beings. The irony is hard to miss. The place that long sat at the edge of many historical imaginations turns out to stand at the center of the deepest story of all. Before we go deeper, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. If this is the kind of history and mystery you enjoy, the puzzle is not simply why humans come from Africa in the shallow sense of where the oldest fossils happen to be found. Fossils matter, and the fossil record is one of the strongest pillars supporting this story. But the deeper question runs further than a map pin. Why Africa at all? Why this continent and not Europe, where caves preserve bones so well? Why not Asia, with its great size and ancient populations? Why not multiple regions at once, producing separate origins that later merged? Why does the trail, again and again, lead back to Africa not just for one ancestor or one important species, but for the slow accumulation of traits that eventually become recognizably human? Why do upright walking, changing teeth, flexible diet, tool use, brain expansion, and finally, our own species appear within a long African setting, as if the continent is not merely a location, but a kind of vast experimental ground? Part of the answer begins with time, Africa is not only large, it is old in the right ways. It contains some of the oldest landscapes relevant to our lineage, and over immense spans of time it preserves environments that repeatedly challenge and reshape the creatures living within them. It is easy to think of continents as fixed stages on which life performs, but continents are not passive. They rise, crack, flood, dry, green, and fracture. In Africa, these changes unfold across extraordinary ranges of climate and terrain. Tropical forests, open savannas, highlands, deserts, wetlands, coasts, and rift valleys all exist within one vast connected landmass. Such variety matters because evolution does not move toward a goal. It responds to pressures, accidents, opportunities, and repeated tests. A continent that offers many habitats, many barriers, and many pathways can support populations that split, adapt, reconnect, and split again. It can preserve not a single ladder of progress, but a tangled bush of possibilities. That bush is important, because the old image of human evolution as a straight march from ape to modern person has long since collapsed. What Africa reveals instead is something both messier and more convincing. For millions of years, the continent holds multiple hominin species, some close to our ancestry, some probably not, some surviving longer than expected, some vanishing almost without a trace. Our story does not begin with an obvious hero. It begins with a series of beings who are not fully like us and not fully like any living ape, moving through changing habitats and carrying combinations of traits that only later make sense in hindsight. Some walk upright but keep small brains. Some retain climbing features in their skeletons while also adapting to life on the ground. Some eat in ways that suggest flexibility, others seem more specialized. Scholars still debate exactly how these branches connect, and the evidence remains incomplete. But the larger pattern is unmistakable. Africa is not just the place where the earliest human relatives happen to appear. It is the continent where variation itself becomes the rule. To understand why that matters, it helps to strip away the illusion of inevitability. Human beings often tell their own origins as though they were destined from the beginning, as though intelligence, language, technology, and global expansion were always waiting to happen. The prehistoric record does not support that comforting story. Most species that ever lived are gone. Most branches in our own broader family line end in silence. There is no guarantee that upright apes on an African landscape will become toolmakers, symbol users, farmers, or astronauts. For vast stretches of time, nothing about our ancestors would have suggested that ending. They are vulnerable animals under environmental pressure, dependent on cooperation, exposed to predators, constrained by food, water, injury, and chance. Their significance is visible only in retrospect. That is one reason the African origin story remains so powerful. It reminds us that humanity does not appear as a sudden triumph, but as a long survival through unstable conditions. And Africa, more than any other continent, supplies those unstable conditions in abundance. This does not mean simple chaos. It means variability. Lakes expand and retreat, wetlands turn to grassland, wooded corridors open and close. Temperature and rainfall shift over long cycles driven by both local geology and wider planetary changes. The continent contains places of relative continuity and places of dramatic change, and the interplay between them may be crucial. In one era, a population can spread through hospitable terrain. In another, the same population becomes fragmented by drought, forest contraction, or ecological barriers. Isolation can encourage divergence. later reconnection can mix lineages and spread successful adaptations. No single explanation fully accounts for this immense process, but what survives in the record suggests that repeated environmental instability may be one of the great hidden engines of human evolution. Africa does not simply shelter our ancestors, it tests them. This is where the central mystery becomes more subtle. The question is not why life exists in Africa. Life exists everywhere it can. Nor is the question why primates exist there, since primates have deep roots in many regions. The more precise question is why the particular sequence of pressures and possibilities that eventually favors hominins unfolds so powerfully in Africa. Why here does a lineage of apes begin spending more time upright? Why here do some descendants become increasingly versatile rather than narrowly specialized? Why here does one branch slowly acquire the cognitive, social, and physical traits that make later humans possible? The continent does not hand over an easy answer. Instead, it offers clues in layers geology beneath climate, climate beneath vegetation, vegetation beneath animal communities, and all of these shaping the daily lives of creatures who leave only fragments behind. Bones become arguments, teeth become environmental records, stone flakes become signals of intention. Ancient DNA, when it survives at all, arrives much later as another kind of witness. Yet across these different forms of evidence, the same outline keeps returning. The deepest roots lead back to Africa. One of the less obvious reasons this matters is that Africa is not a marginal beginning followed by more important developments elsewhere. That older way of telling the story lingers in popular imagination, as if the continent provides only the opening scene before the main action shifts to Eurasia. In reality, Africa remains central for far longer than that. Upright walking emerges there. Multiple early hominins diversify there. The earliest known stone tools appear there. The genus Homo takes shape there. And our own species, Homo sapiens, emerges there too, after an already immense span of evolutionary time. Even when later humans move beyond Africa, they do so carrying a history written in African environments, African populations, and African adaptations. Every person alive inherits that deep origin whether they know it or not. In that sense, the question of why humans evolved only in Africa is not a regional curiosity. It is the starting point for understanding what all humans are. The emotional power of the subject comes partly from scale. The continent involved is immense, and the time span is nearly beyond ordinary imagination. Mountains rise and erode, rivers change course, species appear and vanish, entire ecosystems reorganize. Through all of it, scattered populations of hominins persist, fail, adapt, and try again. Some leave descendants, many do not. The human line is not marching cleanly toward the future. It is surviving its way through a series of African worlds. That idea changes how one sees both the past and the present. Humanity is not the child of one perfect environment, but of repeated challenge across many environments. The cradle is not a single valley in any romantic sense. It is a continent large enough to generate diversity, severe enough to reward flexibility, and interconnected enough to allow traits, genes, and behaviors to circulate over long spans of time. There is also a deeper corrective hidden in this story. For centuries, myths of human difference have often been built on ignorance of human unity. People divide themselves by continent, skin color, language, religion, and nation, and then imagine that these divisions reach far back into separate creations. The African origin story dissolves that illusion at its root, not by flattening human diversity, which is real and historically rich, But by placing that diversity inside a shared ancestry that begins in Africa, the oldest chapter belongs to all of humanity, and it belongs to Africa first. That fact is now supported not by sentiment, but by converging evidence from fossils, archaeology, genetics, and earth science. The details continue to change. New sites are found. Dates are revised. Some cherished interpretations are discarded. Scholars still debate many pieces of the puzzle, especially when it comes to which early hominins lie directly on our line and how environmental changes map onto biological change. But the broad pattern has only grown stronger with time. The more the record expands, the more Africa stands at the centre. So the story opens not with certainty, but with terrain, with ancient apes in ancient trees, with cracked earth and seasonal water, with predators watching the margins of grassland, with populations cut off and brought back together, with bodies changing slowly under pressures no individual can perceive. Long before there are names, there are experiments. Long before there is history, there is selection. Long before humans leave Africa, humanity is being assembled there in pieces. To ask why humans evolved only in Africa is to ask why this continent became the longest workshop of our becoming. The answer will lead through tectonic violence, climatic instability, forgotten species, accidental survival, and evidence so fragmentary that entire arguments can rest on a jaw, a footprint, or the angle of a thigh bone. But from the beginning, the shape of the mystery is already clear. Among all the continents on Earth, one becomes the deep homeland of the human line, and everything that follows begins there, long before anything that could be called human appears on the African landscape. The continent itself is already being prepared by forces so slow and immense that they are almost impossible to hold in the mind all at once. The ground beneath the story is never merely background. It is active, restless, and transformative. Africa in deep time is not a fixed block waiting for life to unfold upon it. It is part of a planet still arranging its surface through collision, separation, uplift, erosion, flooding, and drying. Seas advance and withdraw. Inland basins form and vanish. Crust stretches and fractures. Volcanic systems build highlands and leave behind ash that will one day help scientists date ancient bones. Rivers carve paths through rising terrain. In places, the earth opens into great rift systems, exposing layers of sediment like pages left half uncovered. None of this happens for the sake of future humans, but without it, the environments that shape our ancestry do not exist in the same way. Africa's geological importance begins with age and position. It contains some of the most ancient continental crust on Earth, fragments of a world unimaginably older than any mammal, let alone any ape. But the more relevant part of the story lies in how that old foundation interacts with later change. Over tens of millions of years, Africa drifts northward, its climate gradually influenced by shifting ocean currents, changing atmospheric circulation, and collisions at the edges of surrounding plates. The closure of ancient seaways, the uplift of eastern highlands, and the reorganization of regional drainage all begin to alter rainfall patterns across broad areas. Forests expand in some ages and retreat in others. Grasslands emerge more strongly under cooler, drier global conditions. Deserts are not permanent, nor are wet belts. The shape of habitable land changes again and again. The evidence remains incomplete in many places, but enough survives in marine cores, lake sediments, fossil pollen, and isotopic signatures to show that Africa is repeatedly transformed by both local and planetary forces. This matters because species do not evolve in abstract space. They evolve inside habitats, and habitats are built by geology and climate working together over long durations. The image of Africa as simply a hot, unchanging continent is one of the most persistent and misleading distortions in popular imagination. In reality, it has contained extraordinary environmental diversity for a very long time. Dense tropical forests stretch across central regions in some periods. Open savannas dominate elsewhere. Seasonal woodlands create mosaics rather than clean boundaries. Great lakes form inland worlds of water and marsh. Highland zones produce cooler conditions, different vegetation, and isolated ecological pockets. Arid belts push outward and then contract. Coasts offer resources entirely different from the interior. That variety is not incidental. A continent containing many neighbouring environments can generate many neighbouring pressures. Populations adapting to one habitat may be forced into another. Food sources shift. Predator communities change. Movement becomes either easier or harder depending on the season, the century, or the age. In the deep past, even small environmental differences matter enormously when multiplied across thousands of generations. A slight drying trend can alter the balance between forest and open country. The spread of grassland does not merely change scenery, it changes the distribution of grazing animals, the visibility of predators, the availability of fruiting trees, and the cost of travel between patches of shelter. A more seasonal climate can create months of abundance and months of hardship, rewarding flexibility over specialization. Lakes that repeatedly rise and fall can create ecological pulses, drawing animals in and then scattering them. Tectonic uplift can redirect rainfall and create rain shadows, turning one side of a region greener and the other drier. These are not dramatic events on the scale of a single lifetime. They are subtler, slower rearrangements of possibility, but life responds to them with relentless seriousness. Creatures either cope, move, adapt, or disappear. One of the most consequential features in this long transformation is the East African rift system. Though its importance has sometimes been exaggerated in overly simple ways, it is tempting to imagine the rift as a single magical birthplace of humanity, a geological machine producing humans by itself. The reality is more complex and more interesting. The rift is a vast zone of stretching crust, faulting, volcanism, uplift, lake formation, and sediment accumulation, and its effects ripple far beyond any single valley. It creates broken terrain with sharp environmental contrasts over relatively short distances. Lowlands, escarpments, basins, and uplands sit close together. Water collects in some areas and disappears from others. Volcanic activity helps preserve datable layers. Erosion exposes bones and artifacts from ancient deposits. It is both a creator of habitats and, much later, a revealer of evidence. Scholars still debate exactly how direct its role is in driving evolutionary change, but there is little doubt that Eastern Africa becomes one of the most dynamic environmental theatres in the human story. Yet the cradle of humanity is broader than the rift alone. Important hominin sites appear not just in Eastern Africa but in central, southern, and northern parts of the continent as well, and that wider distribution is itself revealing. It suggests that Africa's role is not based on one lucky valley or one narrow ecological niche. It lies in the continent's capacity to host long-term evolutionary experimentation across a network of environments. Some regions may have favoured persistence. Others may have favoured innovation. Still others may have acted as corridors connecting separated populations when climate allowed. At times, the Sahara is a formidable barrier. At other times, during wetter phases, it becomes greener and more permeable, threaded with lakes, rivers, and habitable routes. The continent opens and closes internally. Populations are divided and then reunited. Traits can arise in one area and spread in another. No single explanation fully accounts for the pattern, but Africa's internal variability may be one of the strongest reasons it can sustain such a long and complicated hominin history. Global climate change also enters this story in important ways. Beginning around the late Miocene and continuing into the Pliocene and Pleistocene, the Earth as a whole becomes cooler and, in many regions, drier. Polar ice expands, climate fluctuations intensify. Seasonal contrasts sharpen in some environments. Africa does not experience these changes uniformly, but it feels their effects. Forests that once covered broader zones contract in places, while grass-dominated systems become more widespread. C4 grasses, adapted to warm, open environments, expand in many areas and leave chemical signatures in the tissues of animals that feed on them. Those signatures later appear in fossil teeth, allowing scientists to infer changing diets and changing ecosystems. This is one of the quieter but more remarkable features of modern paleoanthropology. A tooth is no longer only a tooth. It is a record of landscape chemistry, and sometimes of climate itself. The emergence of more open habitats across parts of Africa has often been linked to human origins, especially to upright walking. But the connection is not simple enough to reduce to one slogan about apes leaving the forest. Early hominins likely inhabit mosaic environments containing both wooded and open components. Some climb well. Some forage on the ground but still rely on trees. The old picture of a sudden shift from forest ape to savanna walker has largely been abandoned. What survives in the record suggests something more varied and unstable. Instead of one decisive environmental push, there may have been repeated episodes of shifting habitat, each favouring slightly different combinations of behaviour and anatomy. Forest edges, patchy woodlands, seasonal grasslands, river margins, and lake basins may all have mattered. The significance of Africa lies not in being uniformly open or uniformly harsh, but in being richly changeable. That changeability affects more than movement. It also influences social life, diet, and cognition. An animal living in a highly variable environment may benefit from memory, cooperation, and behavioral flexibility. Food sources that cannot be relied on year-round encourage opportunism. A group that can exploit fruit in one season, tubers in another, scavenged meat when available, and fallback foods during scarcity may outlast a more specialized competitor. This does not mean intelligence evolves automatically in difficult places. Many species thrive through specialization, and many intelligent animals evolve outside Africa and outside the human line. But variability can create recurring advantages for creatures that are adaptable, exploratory, and socially responsive. Over immense time, those small advantages accumulate. What begins as ecological versatility may later support tool use, migration, and more complex forms of cooperation. The conditions do not guarantee humanity, but they make certain pathways more plausible. Africa's size is another underappreciated part of the answer. A large continent can support both isolation and diversity at once. Populations can become separated by forests, rivers, deserts, mountain belts, or simply by distance. Once isolated, they may begin to diverge genetically and behaviorally. Later, as environments change, those same populations may reconnect. Interbreeding can spread successful traits across larger ranges while preserving enough variation for further evolution. This interplay between fragmentation and reconnection may be one of the most important long-term features of African evolution. not just for early hominins, but eventually for Homo sapiens as well. The evidence from later genetics strongly supports repeated population structure within Africa rather than a single small, static source. The deeper fossil record is harder to read, but the same broad possibility hangs over it. Africa may have been not one birthplace in the singular, but a continent-wide system of populations interacting across shifting ecological boundaries. There is also the matter of preservation, which complicates every claim. The fossil record is never a complete archive, and its gaps can mislead as easily as its discoveries can illuminate. Bones preserve only under certain conditions. Sediments must bury remains quickly enough, and later, erosion must expose them without destroying them. Volcanic ash can help date sites, but only where it exists. Dense forests tend to preserve different evidence than open basins. Tropical acidity destroys bone. Later, geological disturbance can erase entire chapters. So when Africa appears as the centre of human origins, part of that picture does depend on where fossils survive and where scientists have worked. But this is not merely a preservation bias. The pattern has strengthened across multiple lines of evidence and across different regions of the continent. Fossils, tools, comparative anatomy, dating methods, and eventually genetic data all converge on the same broad conclusion. Preservation shapes detail, but it does not create the whole signal out of nothing. By the time the first recognizable hominins begin to appear, Africa is already a continent of edges and transitions. Forest and grassland touch and retreat. Wet and dry phases alternate. Highland and lowland systems produce local contrasts. Animal communities are constantly resorted. Grazers spread. Browsers persist where woodland remains. Carnivores track the great herds, and primates of many kinds move through increasingly differentiated habitats. Somewhere within this long environmental instability, one branch of apes begins to live differently, not all at once, not in a single revolutionary generation, but enough to leave a pattern. Bodies change, movement changes, teeth change, eventually brains change too. The stage is not a static paradise or a wasteland. It is a continent still being built and rebuilt by Earth systems, and that unfinished quality may be exactly what makes it so fertile for evolutionary change. This is the deeper point beneath the geological story. Human origins are not only about ancestors, they are also about settings, and settings are never passive. The landscapes of Africa do not explain everything, but they explain why the question must be asked there first. Why one continent provides such a durable, diverse, unstable background for the slow emergence of hominins. Why evolutionary experiments can run there again and again without immediately closing off every path. Why traits favouring flexibility have room to matter. The ancient ground is cracked, uplifted, flooded, dried, and reshaped, and life is forced to answer. Long before humans understand landscapes, landscapes are already shaping humans. That is where the story must go next, into a deeper world before humanity itself, when Africa is already full of primates and possibilities, and our lineage is only one future branch among many. Before anything recognizably human appears, Africa is already inhabited by creatures that carry pieces of the future without knowing it. They're not waiting to become human. Evolution does not wait, and it does not plan. It produces forms suited, more or less, to the worlds they occupy, and those forms survive only as long as conditions allow. That is why the story before humans matters so much. It strips away the illusion that our emergence was inevitable. Deep in the African past, there is no clear road leading toward us. there are only branching lineages of primates and apes, each adapted in its own way, each part of a living experiment in movement, diet, social life, and intelligence. Most of those experiments end. One of them, after immense time and repeated change, contributes to the line that will eventually become human. Primates themselves have a much older story than humanity and a wider one than Africa alone. Their distant ancestry reaches back into a mammalian world transformed by the disappearance of the dinosaurs, when forests spread widely and small arboreal animals began to exploit branches, fruit, insects, and the three-dimensional challenges of life in trees. Over tens of millions of years, primates developed traits that seem almost ordinary now, but are quietly revolutionary in evolutionary terms, grasping hands and feet, forward-facing eyes, enhanced depth perception, larger brains relative to body size, prolonged juvenile development, and a dependence on learning that makes behavior more flexible than in many other mammals. These are not human traits in any narrow sense, but they are part of the inheritance humans eventually draw from. Long before there are hominins, primates are already creatures for whom vision matters, memory matters, manipulation matters, and social life matters. Africa becomes one of the great theatres of that older primate history. Through changing climates and shifting forests, monkeys, apes, and other primates diversify across the continent, each finding different ways to inhabit the available landscapes. Some remain committed to dense forest canopies, some range more widely through woodland mosaics, some evolve powerful jaws for heavy chewing, others lighter frames suited to agile climbing. The common image of apes as a single uniform type conceals how varied they already are. Even among living apes, body plans and behavior differ strikingly. Gorillas, chimpanzees, bonobos, orangutans, and gibbons each represent separate solutions to different ecological problems. In the deeper fossil past, the range of experiments is broader still, though much of it is only dimly known from fragments. Scholars still debate how some of these ancient apes relate to one another, and the evidence remains incomplete, but the overall picture is unmistakable. The world before humans is crowded with possibilities. One of the most important corrections to older thinking is that humans do not descend from modern chimpanzees or any other living ape. Instead, humans and chimpanzees share a common ancestor that lived millions of years ago, probably in Africa, and both lineages then diverge in different directions. That common ancestor is not preserved as a neat, labelled starting point. No museum can display the exact creature from which both lines spring. What survives are scattered fossils, comparative anatomy, and genetic evidence showing degrees of relatedness. Modern chimpanzees are therefore not living fossils or stand-ins for our past. They are modern beings shaped by their own equally long history. This matters because it changes the whole frame. The question is not how one ape species slowly turned into humans while remaining otherwise static. The question is how a now lost ancestral population gives rise to multiple descendant lineages, each evolving under different pressures in different environments. That divergence likely takes place during a period of considerable environmental change. Around the late Miocene, roughly between 7 and 10 million years ago, parts of Africa are undergoing shifts in climate, vegetation, and regional geography. Forests remain important, but mosaic habitats become more common in some areas, and ecological variability may be increasing. Within this world live apes that are no longer simply generic forest dwellers. Some fossil apes from Africa and Eurasia show that the ape family in the Miocene is more diverse than the living world suggests. There are forms adapted for climbing, suspending, moving through branches, perhaps spending more time on the ground than their earlier ancestors. Some have facial structures unlike those of any living ape. Some have teeth that hint at different diets. Most are evolutionary dead ends, at least so far as the human line is concerned. But they demonstrate a crucial point. Ape evolution is not narrow and conservative. It is experimental. It produces variety, and Africa is central to that process. This makes the human story less like a ladder and more like a dense, half-lost forest of branches. Many of those branches leave only a few traces, sometimes a jaw, sometimes isolated teeth, sometimes part of a skull so distorted by pressure and time that reconstruction becomes an argument as much as a procedure. Yet even this fragmentary record reveals that the conditions from which humans eventually emerge are conditions of diversity. There is no single perfect ape body from which humanity naturally unfolds. There are multiple ape lineages occupying different niches, responding to different landscapes, and changing at different rates. Somewhere among them, a population begins to shift in ways that later stand out changes in posture, perhaps in locomotion, in the use of habitat, in social flexibility, in the structure of the teeth and face. These changes are not dramatic at first. They're easy to miss unless one already knows what comes later. Among the more intriguing details in this pre-human world is how long certain primitive features can persist, alongside more novel ones. Evolution rarely produces complete redesigns overnight. Creatures often carry old traits into new settings, creating combinations that seem awkward only when judged against later forms. An ape lineage beginning to spend more time upright may still retain curved fingers useful for climbing. A shift in diet may appear before a major shift in body size. Social behavior may become more complex without leaving obvious marks on the skeleton at all. This patchwork pattern is one reason early hominin fossils are often difficult to interpret. The boundary between ape and hominin is not a clean line. It is a gradient of traits appearing unevenly across different populations. What survives in the record suggests gradual reconfiguration, not sudden transformation. The African setting helps explain why such gradients could persist. A variable continent does not force every population into the same adaptation at the same time. Some ancestral groups may remain in more heavily wooded habitats, while others exploit patchier terrain. Some may rely more heavily on climbing, others on terrestrial travel between food patches. Distances matter, rivers matter, uplands and basins matter, rainfall matters. Once populations begin to spend time in somewhat different ecological worlds, natural selection can favour different solutions. That process does not require total separation. It can happen across partial barriers, fluctuating corridors, and local mosaics. Over thousands of generations, small differences accumulate. One population becomes more distinct, then another. Most of these distinctions will never lead to a future like ours. But evolution does not know that. It keeps producing alternatives. There is a tendency in popular storytelling to imagine that before humans, the animal world is somehow waiting for intelligence to arrive, as though the ape stage is merely rehearsal. In reality, many apes are already cognitively sophisticated, socially complex, and behaviorally inventive. Modern chimpanzees manufacture simple tools, cooperate in hunts, remember relationships, and navigate intricate social hierarchies. Bonobos display different social patterns but no less complexity. Gorillas negotiate group life, movement, and foraging with their own subtle intelligence. The last common ancestor of humans and chimpanzees was not a blank slate. It likely possessed a meaningful degree of social awareness, physical dexterity, and behavioral flexibility. Humanity does not emerge from stupidity into intelligence. It emerges from one kind of primate intelligence into another, more elaborated and eventually more cumulative form. That inheritance is easy to overlook, but it is essential. Our origins lie not in the invention of mind from nothing, but in the reshaping of capacities already present in ape life. The fossil apes of Africa and nearby regions also remind us that extinction has removed most of the evidence we would most like to have. Entire populations vanish without descendants. Entire species leave only hints, in some cases, even when fossils are found. Their interpretation changes repeatedly as new comparisons emerge. A specimen once thought close to human ancestry may later be reassigned. Another, once ignored, may become unexpectedly important. The history of paleoanthropology is full of such revisions, and that is not a weakness of the field so much as a reflection of how difficult the evidence is. Bones are mute until placed in context, and context itself is reconstructed from sediments, associated fauna, dating methods, and anatomical comparison. No single explanation fully accounts for every feature in every fossil, but across all the revisions, one thing becomes clearer rather than weaker before there are humans. Africa already contains the ape populations most relevant to our eventual emergence. Some of the lesser-known details of this period are among the most revealing. Tooth enamel thickness, for instance, can offer clues about diet and feeding stress. The angle of a finger bone can hint at climbing behavior. The shape of the inner ear may relate to balance and movement. Microscopic wear on teeth can suggest whether an animal feeds on hard objects, leaves, fruit, or mixed resources. Even the chemistry trapped in fossil tissues can indicate what kinds of plants dominate an environment. These methods do not turn fragmentary fossils into certainty, but they expand the range of what a fragment can say. A jaw no longer speaks only of jaws. It speaks of food, habitat, behavior, and the broader ecological pressures surrounding a lineage. In that sense, the pre-human world grows richer as science grows more patient. What emerges from that richness is a world of evolutionary possibility rather than preordained progress. Africa does not generate humans because it is uniquely magical, nor because nature is aiming toward us from the beginning. It generates the conditions in which numerous primate and ape experiments can unfold over long spans of time. Some are suited to forests that later contract, some to mosaic habitats that expand and shift. Some may be generalists. Others may be specialists that flourish briefly and then disappear. Out of this crowded background, the first hominins do not arrive as strangers. They arrive as one more experiment, still close enough to the ape world that the distinction is uncertain, but different enough that later scientists can begin tracing a new pattern. That is the crucial threshold now approaching. The world before humans is not separate from the human story. It is the necessary precondition for it. The grasping hand, the socially attentive brain, the visually guided body, the flexible juvenile period, the capacity for learning within groups. All of these are part of an inheritance much older than any hominin. What changes in Africa over time is the combination and emphasis of those traits under new environmental demands. A lineage of apes begins to move differently, perhaps feed differently, perhaps structure its days differently across increasingly variable habitats. The old ape world does not vanish overnight. It remains present inside the first hominins, visible in their anatomy and in the uncertainties that surround them. The earlier steps toward humanity are still half embedded in the branch-filled, unstable, experimental primate world from which they come. So the deeper one looks into Africa before humans, the less one finds a single starting point and the more one finds a continent full of trials. Life in trees, life at the forest edge, life in woodland mosaics, populations diverging and disappearing, minds already active, hands already capable, bodies already varied. Humanity will emerge from this setting, but only after long hesitation, many false starts, and many branches that lead nowhere familiar. That is why the pre-human chapter matters. It reminds us that we are not the obvious outcome of ape evolution. We are the survivors of one African experiment among many, inheriting a world of primate possibilities before becoming something new. The ground begins to break long before anyone is there to witness it. In eastern Africa, the crust stretches, faults deepen, volcanic systems wake and cool again, and whole regions are slowly reorganized into escarpments, basins, lake margins, uplands, and corridors of movement that did not exist in quite the same way before. The process is vast and uneven, unfolding over millions of years, and it does not create a single birthplace so much as a landscape of interruption. Africa is already environmentally varied, but here that variation is sharpened, elevation changes over short distances, water gathers in one depression and vanishes from another. Vegetation can differ dramatically between neighbouring zones. A creature moving through such country does not encounter one stable world. It encounters fragments of several worlds stitched together, then torn apart, then loosely joined again. That brokenness may be one of the most important conditions in the long making of humanity. It is easy to romanticize the East African rift as a dramatic canyon in which human destiny suddenly awakens. The truth is less theatrical and far more consequential. The rift is not a single trench, but a sprawling system of tectonic extension. Faults, volcanoes, uplifted shoulders, and sedimentary basins stretching across a huge portion of the continent. In some places, lakes occupy deep depressions. In others, volcanic ash falls over broad landscapes and later hardens into time markers that can be dated with exceptional precision. Rivers are redirected. Rain patterns shift because rising highlands alter airflow and create local rain shadows. Species encounter new barriers and new opportunities. What matters is not only that the terrain becomes rugged, but that it becomes unstable in ecological terms. Habitats appear, contract, fragment, reconnect. Populations that once mixed more freely may find themselves separated by distance, water, aridity, or changing vegetation. Later, under wetter conditions, those barriers may weaken. A continent that already encourages variation now develops one of its most active engines for producing it. The changing ground does not act alone. Climate works through it, amplifying its effects. When wet phases arrive, lakes expand and river systems grow stronger. Wetlands spread. Wooded belts may extend into places that later become dry. Animal populations follow water and forage into newly hospitable regions. Then conditions shift again. Lakes retreat. Grasslands advance. Seasonal stress intensifies. In a more topographically broken landscape, such climatic swings do not produce a simple continental trend. They create mosaics. One basin may remain habitable while another dries severely. One escarpment may still catch rainfall while lower country below it turns sparse. This patchiness matters because evolution does not happen only in broad averages. It happens in local realities. A population surviving beside a shrinking lake may face different selective pressures from one living in more wooded uplands just a modest distance away. Over enough generations, those local differences become biologically meaningful. This is one reason early hominin evolution is so difficult to reduce to a clean narrative. The old savannah story once suggested that shrinking forests pushed apes onto open plains, where they stood upright and began the road to humanity. There's a grain of truth in the importance of environmental change, but the simplicity of that account has largely fallen away. The landscapes early hominins occupy are rarely pure savanna in the modern sense. More often they appear to be mixed environments, woodland, scrub, patches of open ground, water sources, forest margins, seasonal variation, and a shifting distribution of food. Some early forms clearly retain strong climbing abilities, even while also showing signs of more habitual upright walking. This alone warns against any single scene explanation. The creatures evolving in these broken African landscapes are not simply leaving one world for another. They are moving between worlds, perhaps daily, perhaps seasonally, carrying bodies that must remain useful in more than one setting. That mixed reality may be exactly the point. A stable specialist can thrive magnificently in a stable environment, but a landscape of repeated transition rewards a different kind of creature, not necessarily the strongest, and not necessarily the smartest in any grand sense, but the most flexible. A lineage that can climb when necessary, walk efficiently between patches, exploit different foods, remember changing routes to water, and adjust socially to fluctuating group pressures, may endure better than one committed to a narrower way of living. The evidence remains incomplete, but what survives in the record suggests that early hominins emerge in the context of such ecological versatility. Their bodies are not optimized for one extreme niche. They are, in a rough and tentative way, bodies for uncertainty. The rifted landscapes of eastern Africa also help explain why the record of human origins is both rich and misleading. Rich, because tectonic activity and sediment accumulation preserve sites that later erosion can expose. Misleading, because those exposures create the impression that the story is more localized and more direct than it really is. A basin that preserves fossils well can dominate scientific attention, while other regions leave little trace simply because the right sediments do not survive or have not yet been found. Scholars still debate how much of early hominin evolution truly centers in eastern Africa versus how much it reflects the luck of preservation and discovery. Important finds from Chad, South Africa, Ethiopia, Kenya, Tanzania, and elsewhere make clear that the larger African story cannot be collapsed into one corridor alone. And yet the rift remains crucial, not because it contains every answer, but because it preserves so many clues to a world in flux. Among the most striking of those clues are the cycles of lake formation and disappearance. Some rift basins hold vast ancient lakes that endure for long spans and then shrink, fragment, or vanish. Shorelines shift, fish communities change, birds, grazing herds, carnivores, and primates adjust to new distributions of water and vegetation. A lake margin can be a place of abundance, a meeting point for species, a zone where edible plants, shellfish, carrion, and prey animals all become more accessible. When such margins contract, competition intensifies. Distances between reliable resources increase. Mobility matters more. Memory matters more. These are not grand dramatic catastrophes every time. Often they are pulses, repeated often enough to become part of the ecological rhythm. No single explanation fully accounts for how these oscillations shape hominin evolution, but it is difficult to imagine that they do not matter. The changing ground also changes danger. Open terrain increases visibility, but it also increases exposure. Wooded patches offer cover, yet they may conceal ambush predators. Broken terrain creates lookout points and bottlenecks, but also traps. The practical business of surviving each day becomes more complex when a group must navigate not one environment but many. A food source that is safe in one season becomes risky in another. A route to water used last year may fail this year. Juveniles must learn these patterns, and learning itself becomes a form of adaptation. This is one of the quieter revolutions in the story. A variable landscape does not merely shape bones, it shapes the value of experience. Individuals and groups that can remember, anticipate, and modify behavior may gain advantages impossible to read directly from the fossil record. The skeleton shows posture and locomotion. The land around it hints at the mental demands that posture and locomotion must answer. There is another consequence of broken landscapes that receives less attention than it deserves: isolation without permanent isolation. In a continent of shifting habitats and intermittent corridors, populations can be separated long enough to begin diverging, then reconnected before they become utterly distinct. This matters because long-term evolution is often strongest not in complete separation or complete mixing, but in their alternation. A trait can emerge locally under specific conditions, then spread when barriers relax. Another population can preserve older features in a more stable refuge. Later, contact between them may create combinations neither would have produced alone. This kind of structured variation is difficult to observe directly in the earliest hominins, but later evidence from African population history strongly suggests that repeated fragmentation and reconnection are part of the continent's deeper pattern. The rifted world, with its unstable pathways and ecological islands, offers a plausible setting for exactly that process. What emerges from these landscapes is not yet humanity, but the first serious departure from the ape condition as it exists in our closest living relatives. The departure is modest at first, almost frustratingly so. The fossil record does not hand over a dramatic first figure striding confidently into open country. Instead, it offers forms that seem transitional, in the truest sense creatures still carrying arboreal traits, still small-brained, still deeply unlike later humans, yet beginning to show anatomical hints of habitual upright posture or locomotion. The significance of these hints lies in timing. Upright walking appears before large brains, before sophisticated tools, before art, before fire in any controlled sense, before anything most people instinctively associate with humanness. This means the first turning point in our story is not intelligence in the modern sense. It is movement. The body changes its relationship to the ground before the mind changes its relationship to the world. Why that shift happens remains one of the great debates in paleoanthropology. Some explanations emphasize energy efficiency over long distances. Others point to thermoregulation in hotter, more open environments. Some focus on freeing the hands for carrying food, infants, or tools. Others suggest improved visibility in mixed habitats. There are arguments for feeding posture, for moving among patchy resources, for social display, for wading, for all manner of narrower behavioral contexts. Most on their own are insufficient. Scholars still debate the relative weight of each, and the evidence remains incomplete because locomotion leaves indirect traces that must be reconstructed from bones rather than observed. It is possible that bipedalism does not arise for one reason, but for several overlapping reasons in a landscape that repeatedly favors versatility. In a broken environment, a body that can climb and also move efficiently on the ground may simply have more options. That word matters here, options. The rifted, changing African world generates them and removes them in alternating measure. It produces ecological puzzles that cannot be solved by one fixed answer forever. A lineage that persists there over long spans is likely one capable of improvisation within inherited limits. Upright walking may be one early expression of that improvisation, not a final design, not even a consistently elegant one at first, but a new way of negotiating a variable world. Once that threshold is crossed, even imperfectly, other possibilities begin to open. Hands can do more while the body is upright. Travel patterns can shift. Foraging strategies can diversify. Social arrangements may gradually adapt around new movement patterns. The consequences unfold slowly, but the first turn has been made. So the broken ground of Eastern Africa is not simply the backdrop to human origins. It is one of the pressures that gives those origins their peculiar shape. Fractured landscapes, unstable water, intermittent corridors, mixed habitats, local refugees, repeated climate pulses, all combine to create a setting where being generalized, adaptable, and behaviorally flexible may matter more than being superbly specialized for a single way of life. Our earliest ancestors do not yet look triumphant. They look provisional, as though evolution is testing an unusual compromise. But in Africa's changing terrain, compromise may be exactly what endures. Out of cracked earth and shifting shorelines comes the first hint that one ape lineage is beginning to move differently. And in that altered movement, the human story quietly begins to separate itself from the rest. The first steps away from the ape world do not arrive with ceremony. They appear in fragments, partial jaws, broken skulls, worn teeth, a femur, a foramen magnum set in a revealing place beneath the skull, the shape of a pelvis, the curve of a toe. From these pieces, patiently assembled across decades, a new kind of creature begins to emerge, not human in any modern sense, and not even close to the image most people carry in their minds, but no longer comfortably classed with the apes that remain entirely at home in the trees. The transformation is subtle enough to be disputed and important enough to change the whole direction of life on Earth. Somewhere in Africa, several million years ago, a lineage begins to stand and move differently. That shift, more than any increase in intelligence at first, becomes the first unmistakable signal that something unusual is underway. Among the earliest candidates for this turning point are species so ancient and so fragmentary that nearly every major claim about them must be held with caution. Sahelanthropus, known from Chad and dated to around 7 million years ago, is one of the most debated. Its skull is small, its face oddly short for such an ancient form, and the position of the opening where the spine meets the skull has been interpreted by some researchers as evidence for upright posture. Others argue that the evidence is too ambiguous, the fossil too distorted, the conclusions too confident. Orrorin, from Kenya, and dated to around 6 million years ago, offers pieces of thigh bone that some scientists see as suggestive of bipedal movement, though again the evidence is limited. Ardipithecus, especially the better-known Ardipithecus ramidus from Ethiopia, provides a richer picture from about 4 million years ago, a creature with a small brain, grasping feet, long arms, and yet also a pelvis and lower limb anatomy indicating a meaningful commitment to upright walking. None of these forms is a simple answer. Together, however, they imply that the departure from ape-like locomotion begins very early and in a distinctly African context. That early timing matters enormously. Bipedalism does not arrive as the consequence of already being human. It arrives before large brains, before language, before complex tools, before any sign of agriculture, symbolism, or cities by millions upon millions of years. To understand human origins, one must begin not with thought but with posture. Something about the body changes first. The spine, pelvis, legs, feet, and skull begin to reorganize around a different relationship with gravity. This is easy to underestimate because upright walking is so ordinary to us now. Yet in evolutionary terms, it is an extraordinary gamble. A body adapted for both climbing and walking is not the best possible climber, and not yet the best possible walker. It is transitional, and transitional forms live by compromise. The fact that this compromise persists suggests it offers recurring advantages in the habitats early hominins occupy. Ardipithecus is especially revealing because it complicates the older fantasy of a clean break from forest life. For years, popular accounts imagined the first hominins forced out onto open savanna, standing upright because the trees vanished behind them. Ardipithecus does not fit that simple picture. Its anatomy suggests an animal still comfortable in wooded settings, still able to climb, yet no longer shaped like a chimpanzee. Its foot retains a grasping big toe, useful in branches, but the rest of the skeleton indicates a body experimenting with a new mode of moving on the ground. This alone is enough to shift the argument. Upright walking does not appear only after the loss of forest. It may arise within more complex habitats where climbing remains useful, but terrestrial movement becomes increasingly important. What survives in the record suggests not a dramatic exile from the trees, but a gradual expansion of ecological options. Then come the Australopiths, and with them the story becomes clearer without becoming simple. Australopithecus afarensis, the species most closely associated with the famous skeleton known as Lucy, lives between roughly 3.9 and 2.9 million years ago in East Africa, and preserves one of the most compelling early combinations of human-like and ape-like traits. The pelvis, knee, and lower limb indicate habitual bipedalism. The feet, famously echoed in the Laetoli footprints from Tanzania, show that by 3.66 million years ago, some hominins are already walking upright with a gait recognizably similar in important respects to our own. Yet these same creatures still have relatively small brains, long arms, and shoulders that suggest climbing remains part of their lives. They are not halfway between ape and human in some tidy linear sense. They are fully themselves, a successful form adapted to a mixed way of being. They walk on two legs as a primary strategy, but they have not abandoned the older inheritance of the trees. The Laetoli footprints, preserved in ancient volcanic ash, remain among the most haunting pieces of evidence in the entire story. No bone can quite match the emotional clarity of a footprint. Bones tell structure. Footprints tell behavior at a moment in time. They tell of bodies actually moving across a surface, weight shifting from heel to toe, steps set down in sequence, a trackway crossing open ground more than 3.5 million years ago. Scholars continue to discuss exactly how modern the gait appears and how many individuals made the tracks, but the essential point is firm. By this time, upright walking is not an occasional trick. It is a practiced and habitual way of moving through the world. The trackways are a quiet rebuke to any idea that large brains come first. Long before the mind becomes the dominant feature in our self-image, the body has already chosen a different path. Why it chooses that path is still unresolved, and perhaps always will be to some degree. Theories accumulate because bipedalism touches so many aspects of life. Walking upright may reduce energy costs over long distances compared with a chimpanzee-like form of terrestrial movement. It may help with heat management by reducing the body's surface exposure to direct sun and raising it into cooler air slightly higher above the ground. It may free the hands for carrying infants, food, or gathered materials. It may improve visual surveillance in patchy habitats. It may aid feeding from shrubs and low branches. It may even play social roles, making display or signaling more effective. No single explanation fully accounts for the evidence, and that may be because there is no single cause. The earliest hominins do not live in one environment under one pressure. They live in varied, changing African landscapes where a trait offering several modest benefits could be strongly favored over time. One of the lesser known but important details is how much the foot itself changes in this process. Modern human feet are highly specialized structures built for efficient toe-off, shock absorption, and stability during long-distance walking and running. Early hominin feet are less refined, but the broad direction is already there. The arch, the alignment of the big toe, the stiffness of the midfoot, all eventually become part of the human solution. At first, however, the evidence suggests more mixed designs. Some early species maintain grasping features alongside signs of terrestrial commitment. That is precisely what one would expect from evolution by stages. The old tool is being modified, not discarded. The hand follows a similar story in reverse. As the body becomes more committed to upright walking, the forelimbs are freed from locomotion to a greater extent, even though their full later potential has not yet been realized. In that sense, bipedalism is not only a way of moving, it is a reorganization of the body's entire economy. The Australopith world grows more diverse as time passes. Different species appear in eastern and southern Africa, and not all share the same proportions or ecological strategies. Some seem more lightly built. Others, especially the robust Australopiths later grouped under Paranthropus, develop massive jaws, thick enamel, and powerful chewing anatomy suited to diets that may include hard or fibrous fallback foods. These robust forms are crucial because they remind us that bipedalism alone does not define our ancestry. Several hominin branches walk upright, several survive for long periods, some become highly specialized and eventually disappear. Upright walking, then, is not a private invention of our direct line but part of a broader African radiation of hominins. Once the body plan proves viable, evolution begins modifying it in different directions. This is one of the strongest answers to the question of why humans evolved in Africa. The continent does not produce one hominin species and stop. It produces many. That multiplicity also means the first steps away from the ape condition are not steps taken by a single hero species. They are distributed across populations, regions, and perhaps repeated experiments in posture and locomotion. The fossil record is too broken to reveal every branch, but it reveals enough to show that the threshold between ape and hominin is crossed in more than one form. Some may be close to our ancestry, others almost certainly are not. The evidence remains incomplete, but the broad pattern suggests that once certain environmental and anatomical conditions are in place, upright walking becomes a recurring and durable adaptation within African lineages. Europe and Asia, by contrast, preserve interesting fossil apes and later hominins, but not this earlier sustained transition. The trail of the body changing its stance leads back to Africa again. There is also a social side to this change, though it is harder to see. A creature walking upright carries differently, forages differently, and likely organizes daily movement differently. Infants must be transported in new ways. Group travel across patchy terrain may become more coordinated. Access to dispersed resources may widen. Hands are available more often for manipulation, not yet for sophisticated craftsmanship perhaps, but for holding, collecting, stripping, and transporting. None of this requires a sudden leap in intelligence. It requires only that anatomy and behavior begin reinforcing one another. Once a lineage is committed enough to bipedalism, even imperfectly, it starts living in a new relationship to objects, distance, and cooperation. The changes are cumulative long before they are spectacular. Perhaps the most important lesson of this early phase is that becoming human is not, at first, about becoming smarter than everything else. It is about becoming different in a quieter and more physically grounded way. The spine curves, the pelvis shortens and broadens, The femur angles inward, the foot changes, the head balances differently atop the body. These are humble developments compared with later achievements, yet without them nothing else follows in the same form. Brains can enlarge only inside bodies that already move through the world in new ways. Hands can become instruments of technology only after they are no longer required for locomotion to the same degree. Social systems can evolve around altered patterns of mobility and care. The first revolution, then, is not mental grandeur. It is a shift in stance on African ground, and that ground remains central to the explanation. The earliest hominins appear not in one frozen Eden but across changing African habitats, where flexibility seems to pay. They are still vulnerable, still small-brained, still exposed to predators and competition, yet they endure. That endurance is the real achievement. Bipedalism does not make them masters of the world. It makes them participants in a new evolutionary experiment, one that lasts because it works well enough in landscapes full of instability and mixed opportunity. The body learns to do more with 2 legs, and in doing so, it opens a space for later changes no one at the time could possibly foresee. The first steps away from the apes are not dramatic because they do not need to be. They only need to continue, generation after generation across African environments tough enough to punish failure and varied enough to reward a new kind of movement. Once upright, walking becomes part of the hominin condition. The rest of the body does not transform all at once. That is one of the most revealing features of the human story. Evolution does not unveil a finished design. It modifies one system, then another, often unevenly, often with long periods in which old and new traits exist together. The result is less like a sudden breakthrough and more like a slow accumulation of advantages that only later appear to belong to one coherent plan. In Africa, over immense spans of time, several of those advantages begin to cluster. Hands become capable of finer control. Diet grows broader and more opportunistic. Social life likely becomes more demanding and more cooperative. Brains begin, very gradually at first, to enlarge. None of these changes alone makes a human being. Together, over hundreds of thousands, and then millions of years, they create a new kind of possibility. The hand is one of the quiet miracles of this process, though it is easy to overstate how uniquely human it is. Primates already possess remarkable hands. Apes can grasp, manipulate, strip leaves, crack, pull, hold, and inspect with impressive dexterity. But once habitual bipedalism frees the forelimbs from their full, earlier role in locomotion, the hand enters a different evolutionary context. It is not immediately transformed into the hand of a sculptor or engineer. It remains, for a long time, an ape-derived structure with strengths and limits. Yet over time, changes in thumb proportions, wrist stability, finger function, and precision grip begin to matter more. A hand that can reliably hold, carry, and shape objects, however simply at first, becomes part of a broader adaptive package. The evidence remains incomplete, especially for the earliest phases. But what survives in bones and, later, in tools, suggests that manual ability grows in significance long before there is anything like advanced technology. Diet is changing too, and diet may be one of the deepest forces connecting body, behavior, and brain. Early hominins are not born into a single reliable menu. They live in fluctuating African environments where food availability changes by season, by rainfall, by local habitat, and by competition from other animals. In such a world, specialization can be risky. Some lineages do specialize, as the robust Australopiths show so dramatically, with massive jaws and teeth suited to processing tough foods. But the line leading toward Homo seems to move in another direction. Teeth and jaws become somewhat less extreme. Evidence from microwear, isotopes, and comparative anatomy suggests increasingly flexible feeding strategies. That does not mean early members of our lineage are hunting large game in any modern sense. It means they are likely exploiting a wider range of possibilities: fruits, tubers, seeds, insects, opportunistically acquired meat, marrow, perhaps small animals, perhaps scavenged remains when danger allows. That last detail matters more than it may seem. Meat is often exaggerated in popular accounts as though one dramatic dietary switch creates humanity. The real story is subtler. Animal tissue is nutrient-dense, and even irregular access to meat or marrow can have important consequences, especially when combined with social sharing and simple tools. But meat is rarely easy or safe to obtain on African landscapes full of predators, scavengers, and competitors. Early hominins are not dominant carnivores. They are vulnerable omnivores trying to widen their options. A stone edge used to strip flesh from bone or crack long bones for marrow does not merely provide calories. It extends the range of what counts as usable food. That extension, modest at first, may be one of the hidden foundations of later brain growth and behavioral complexity. The brain, however, does not suddenly surge upward at the first sign of tool use or dietary flexibility. For a long time, hominins remain small-brained by human standards. Australopiths, for all their importance, still carry cranial capacities closer to those of apes than to those of later Homo. This is one of the clearest warnings against telling the story as a single dramatic ascent. Bodies change first, and behavior likely changes in ways that skeletons barely record, while the brain enlarges only gradually. When increase does come, particularly with early Homo, it appears not as a miraculous leap but as part of a broader pattern involving diet, development, mobility, social demands, and perhaps increasingly complex interaction with tools and landscapes. Scholars still debate the relative weight of each factor. No single explanation fully accounts for why larger brains evolve when they do. They are metabolically expensive, slow to develop, and dangerous in childbirth. The fact that they enlarge anyway suggests persistent advantages, but those advantages must have been substantial enough to offset equally substantial costs. One of the most important of those costs is time. Bigger-brained creatures often require longer periods of growth and learning. That means juveniles remain dependent for longer, and dependent juveniles reshape social life. A species with slower development places more pressure on adults to provision, protect, and coordinate. This can favor stronger social bonds, more complex caregiving, and more opportunities for learning within groups. The fossil record cannot show these arrangements directly, but comparative primate behavior and human developmental biology make the broader logic difficult to ignore. Once a lineage begins investing more in learning and prolonged immaturity, knowledge itself becomes more valuable. Where are the seasonal foods? Which roots remain safe in drought? How do you process a resource that is nutritious but difficult? How do you avoid predators at a carcass? How do you read the intentions of companions and rivals? In a variable African world, learned behavior may increasingly separate those who cope from those who fail. The emergence of the genus Homo is usually placed somewhere after about 2.8 to 2.5 million years ago, though the boundaries are still debated and some specimens resist easy classification. That uncertainty is not an embarrassment. It reflects the fact that evolution does not respect the categories later scientists impose upon it. There is no perfect moment when Australopith becomes Homo under a spotlight. Instead, there are transitional populations showing mixtures of traits: somewhat larger brains, different teeth, altered faces, changing body proportions, and greater association with tools, Homo habilis, Homo rudolfensis. And other early candidates remain contested in their exact relationships, but they collectively indicate an important threshold. A hominin way of life is emerging that relies more heavily on flexible foraging, object manipulation, and perhaps more complex social and cognitive coordination than before. These creatures are still far from modern humans, yet they are beginning to inhabit the world in a recognizably different way. Tools become especially significant here, not because the first stone tools are elegant, but because they show intention externalized into durable form. A sharpened flake is a thought preserved in stone. The Oldowan industry, appearing by around 2.6 million years ago in Africa, consists of simple cores, flakes, and battered hammerstones. To modern eyes they may look crude, but their simplicity is deceptive. A stone tool requires choosing raw material, understanding something about fracture, and acting with enough control to produce a useful edge. It also requires seeing the environment differently. A rock is no longer only part of the ground. It is a potential instrument. That conceptual step may be as important as the object itself. Once the world becomes full of possible tools, behavior changes in ways that multiply over generations. It is likely that early tool use predates the classic Oldowan in some form. Cut-marked bones and possible earlier stone artifacts hint that hominins may have been modifying objects before the archaeological record becomes clear and abundant. But even if some of these claims remain disputed, the overall direction is evident. Manual ability, object use, and flexible feeding are beginning to reinforce one another. Hands can make edges. Edges can open carcasses or process plants. Better access to food can support larger bodies or brains. Larger brains can support more reliable learning, planning, and transmission. None of this is linear or guaranteed, but the feedback loop is powerful. Africa, with its shifting habitats and repeated pressures, provides the conditions in which such loops can matter. Body size and body shape also begin to change in important ways. Some early Homo forms appear taller, more long-legged, and better suited to travelling across open ground than the more compact Australopiths. That does not mean the old habitats vanish, only that mobility is becoming more central. A body able to range farther can exploit more dispersed resources, follow seasonal opportunities, and perhaps maintain broader social networks. Distance itself becomes part of survival. In Africa's variable environments, that matters enormously. A lineage confined too tightly to one local niche may suffer when conditions change. A lineage able to move, adapt, and carry knowledge across broader landscapes gains resilience. Here again, the evidence remains incomplete and species boundaries remain debated, but the general trend toward greater ecological versatility is hard to miss. There is also a social dimension to tools that is easy to underestimate. Even simple technology can create dependence on learning from others. The making of a flake is teachable. The recognition of useful stone is teachable. The safe use of carcass sites is teachable. Once behaviors become socially transmitted rather than individually rediscovered each generation, culture in its most basic sense begins to matter. Not culture as art, myth, or cities, but culture as shared practice carried in minds and bodies. This may be one of the most profound transitions of all. Biological evolution remains essential, but learned behavior starts to do more of the work. A group can adapt more quickly through transmission than genes alone can manage. In unstable environments, that is a tremendous advantage. The African continent continues to shape all of this by refusing to stay simple. Resource patches shift. Predators remain formidable. Competitors include not only other carnivores but other hominin species. Ecological success depends not on mastering one fixed niche, but on staying responsive as conditions fluctuate. That may be why the traits accumulating in our lineage look, again and again, like traits for flexibility, hands that manipulate, diets that broaden, brains that learn, social structures that support prolonged juvenility and knowledge transfer, bodies that travel. None of these traits emerges in full at once, and none belongs exclusively to the human line in its earliest forms. But together they begin to define a style of survival markedly different from the more specialized alternatives around them. What makes this stage of the story so important is that it replaces the idea of a single decisive leap with something more convincing and more consequential. Humanity is assembled through cumulative adjustment. A slightly more capable hand here, a slightly broader diet there, a somewhat larger brain, a longer childhood, a more teachable tool tradition, a body better suited to ranging across mixed terrain. Each change on its own is modest. In combination, they create a lineage increasingly able to buffer environmental instability through behavior rather than anatomy alone. That is a profound shift. A species can no longer be understood only by what its body is, but by what its members know, share, and do. And that is why Africa remains so central. The continent is not merely where these traits first appear in isolation. It is where they appear together, overlap, compete, and compound across deep time. Many hominins walk upright. Several make or use tools. Different branches experiment with diet and body form. But in Africa, one long line of experiments begins converging towards something more open-ended than specialization. It is not stronger jaws or a better climbing frame that finally matter most. It is the growing ability to adapt through versatility. Brains, hands, and social learning do not yet make modern humans, but they create a creature increasingly difficult to trap inside one ecological role. In a world of unstable climates and shifting habitats, that may be the most powerful adaptation of all. By the time the human story reaches this point, Africa is no longer merely the place where a few early hominins happen to appear. It has become something larger and stranger, a continent that keeps producing them. Species emerge, persist for astonishing stretches of time, overlap with one another, divide into local forms, adapt to different niches, and vanish. Some leave descendants, many do not. The pattern is not neat. It does not resemble a ladder ascending from primitive to advanced. It resembles a dense and shifting field of evolutionary experiments, most of them confined to Africa for immense spans of time. This is one of the strongest answers to the question at the center of the story. Humans evolve in Africa not simply because one ancestor arises there first, but because Africa continues, again and again, to generate the conditions under which hominin diversity can flourish. That continuing diversity is often underappreciated because popular imagination tends to reduce prehistory to a few famous names: Lucy, Homo habilis, Homo erectus, Homo sapiens. The reality is more crowded. Even within the Australopiths alone, there are multiple forms spread across different parts of Africa and different intervals of time. Some are lightly built and perhaps more generalized. Others become remarkably specialized. Paranthropus boisei, for example, develops an extraordinary chewing apparatus with a broad face, huge molars, and a cranial crest for large jaw muscles, giving it an appearance so distinctive that it seems almost like a deliberate counterproposal to the lineage that leads toward us. yet it thrives for a long time. In southern Africa, other australopiths and robust forms occupy their own ecological worlds. Meanwhile, early Homo appears and adds yet another style of adaptation. Africa does not simplify as hominins evolve, it becomes more varied. This matters because repeated hominin production suggests something about the continent itself. Evolutionary innovation is one thing, evolutionary persistence is another. A single unusual species might arise by chance in many places and then vanish. Africa, by contrast, sustains a prolonged radiation of hominins across multiple regions and habitats. That persistence implies a continent with enough ecological range to support different solutions simultaneously, enough internal structure to isolate populations at times, and enough intermittent connectivity to allow successful traits and lineages to spread. It is this balance that may be crucial. Too much uniformity, and there is less opportunity for divergence. Too much permanent fragmentation, and local populations may simply disappear before broader evolutionary experiments can take hold. Africa seems to offer something in between a large, variable, shifting matrix in which populations can separate, adapt, and sometimes rejoin. The fossil record, incomplete as always, repeatedly points toward this pattern. Eastern Africa preserves some of the richest sequences because tectonics and sedimentation make preservation and discovery unusually favorable. But southern Africa contributes a different window, especially through cave systems that trap and preserve bones in dramatic ways. Central Africa, though still much less well sampled, has yielded finds important enough to disrupt older East-only narratives. Northern Africa and the Sahara, often thought of now as barriers, have at times been greener and more traversable, allowing movement through zones that later become forbidding. The record is patchy, and scholars still debate how representative the known sites truly are. But the broad impression remains consistent. Hominin life in Africa is geographically wider and temporally deeper than any comparable early record elsewhere. One reason Africa may keep producing hominin species is that it keeps refusing to settle into a single stable ecological regime. A species adapted too narrowly to one African habitat may flourish for a while and then be pressured when rainfall patterns shift, when woodlands contract, when grasslands spread, or when lakes disappear. Another species, more generalized, may survive those transitions better. Still another may specialize in a fallback food strategy and persist despite hardship. These repeated environmental fluctuations do not guarantee novelty, but they create recurrent tests. In a continent marked by variability, there is no final equilibrium for long. Selection continues to operate on mobility, diet, sociality, and developmental patterns in ways that may favor diversity rather than convergence. No single explanation fully accounts for the multiplicity of hominin forms, but ecological instability almost certainly plays a role. Competition may play a role as well, though competition in evolution is often misunderstood. It is not always direct combat between species. It can be competition for overlapping foods, for access to safer habitats, for water, for space near reliable resources, or simply for survival in the same difficult climate. When multiple hominin lineages occupy Africa at once, they are not identical copies of one another. Their body sizes differ, their teeth differ, their likely diets differ. Their movement patterns and habitat preferences likely differ too. This suggests ecological partitioning, at least to a degree. One branch may be more reliant on powerful chewing and robust jaws. Another may be more behaviorally flexible and tool-dependent. Another may occupy a slightly different mixture of woodland and open terrain. What survives in the record suggests a continent supporting not one human experiment, but many, each trying to solve the African problem in its own way. That African problem, if it can be called that, is less a single obstacle than a recurring combination of pressures. Habitats shift, food sources fluctuate, predators remain dangerous, juveniles remain vulnerable, distances matter, water matters, seasonal timing matters, social coordination matters. A lineage that can survive under one arrangement may fail under the next, over deep time. This favours not simply strength or intelligence in isolation, but resilience. Africa may keep producing hominins because it keeps testing for resilience in multiple forms. Some lineages answer with anatomical specialization, others with behavioral flexibility, others with combinations of both. Most eventually disappear, which is itself a reminder that the continent is no easy cradle. It is a proving ground that destroys as readily as it produces. The robust Australopiths are especially instructive here because they show that successful African hominins do not all resemble future humans. Paranthropus survives for a remarkable length of time, with a body plan that seems to double down on heavy chewing adaptations rather than on the more generalized path associated with Homo, for millions of years. This works. That fact should caution against imagining that our own lineage is obviously superior from the start. In many local and immediate senses, other hominins are just as successful or more so. The human line does not triumph because it is destined to. It persists because, under changing African conditions, its particular mix of flexibility, mobility, and learning eventually proves more durable across fluctuating environments. But that verdict comes very late. For most of the story, the outcome is still open. Africa's size is again central to understanding why this openness lasts so long. A large continent allows ecological refuges. During harsh phases, some populations may retreat into more stable zones with better water, more reliable vegetation, or reduced competition. Later, when conditions improve, they may expand again. This repeated contraction into refugia and expansion out of them is a powerful engine of both survival and divergence. It preserves lineages that might otherwise go extinct and creates opportunities for local differentiation. When populations reconnect, genes and behaviors can spread. The evidence for these processes becomes much clearer later in the story with Homo sapiens. But there is good reason to suspect that similar dynamics characterize earlier African hominins as well. The continent's internal structure allows it to function not as one uniform homeland, but as a network of semi-connected evolutionary theatres. There is also the matter of time depth. Africa hosts hominin evolution for such a long duration that even low-probability innovations have repeated opportunities to arise. A continent that sustains the broader lineage over millions of years provides many chances for anatomical, behavioral, and social experiments to accumulate. Some fail quickly, others endure long enough to branch again. In this sense, Africa is not only geographically suitable, it is temporally generous. The lineage is not constantly reset by total ecological collapse. However severe local crises may be, enough habitable zones remain, often somewhere on the continent, for populations to persist. That continuity may be one of the most underrated reasons human evolution roots there so deeply. Europe and Asia matter profoundly later, but neither offers the same record of long, uninterrupted early hominin experimentation. Another underappreciated factor is that Africa's diversity does not only produce different bodies, it likely produces different social worlds, group size, ranging patterns, mating systems, predator exposure, and food-sharing behaviors may all vary across environments. Social flexibility can matter as much as physical adaptation. In unpredictable landscapes, the ability to cooperate, tolerate, and transmit knowledge may become increasingly important. This is difficult to fossilize, but not impossible to infer in broad outline. Longer juvenile periods, changes in life history, the demands of tool use, and the practical requirements of foraging in variable habitats all point toward growing social complexity in at least some lineages. Africa may keep producing hominins in part because it produces not just environmental challenge, but social challenge on top of it. And social challenge is one of the great multipliers of cognitive evolution. The evidence remains frustrating in places. Huge gaps persist. Whole populations and species must have existed without leaving any known fossils. Relationships among named species are often disputed. Some forms may represent regional variation within a single evolving lineage rather than separate species. Others may be more distinct than their fragmentary remains suggest. Paleoanthropology advances through revision, not certainty. But the uncertainty cuts both ways. It means not only that details are debated, but that the full extent of African hominin diversity is likely still underestimated rather than exaggerated. Each major discovery has tended to complicate the tree, not prune it. The longer scientists work in African contexts, the more crowded the picture becomes. This crowding forces a conceptual change. Instead of asking why humans evolved in Africa as though one lineage marched alone across the continent, it becomes necessary to ask why Africa became such a productive evolutionary system for hominins as a whole. The answer seems to lie in a combination of scale, variability, fragmentation, reconnection, and deep continuity. Africa contains enough ecological range to support multiple strategies, enough instability to keep selection active, enough refugees to prevent repeated total collapse, and enough internal movement to allow lineages to interact over time. It is not a single birthplace, but a dynamic continent-wide engine. And yet, within that engine, one broad pattern begins to stand out. The lineages that rely most heavily on narrow anatomical specialization eventually vanish. The lineages that remain more open-ended, especially those associated with early Homo, begin to matter more. This does not happen overnight, and it does not erase the long success of other hominins, but it hints at a future direction. Africa keeps producing humans because Africa keeps rewarding flexibility under pressure. Not perfect flexibility, and not always immediately, but enough to make a lineage less dependent on one food source, one habitat, or one body plan. The continent becomes the long workshop of adaptability. That is why the story cannot be told as a simple origin followed by expansion. For most of prehistory, the most important action stays within Africa itself. Species arise there, compete there, persist there, disappear there. Traits are tested there long before they are carried elsewhere. Humanity, in its deeper sense, is not born in a single instant but refined within this prolonged African field of alternatives. The continent keeps producing hominins because it keeps asking difficult questions of them, and because over millions of years enough populations survive to attempt new answers. Out of that persistence comes not one inevitable species, but one lineage that gradually becomes harder to pin to any single niche, harder to eliminate, and more capable of meeting variability with innovation. That lineage will eventually leave Africa, but only after Africa has already done most of the formative work. Stone does not look important until a mind begins to see more in it than weight and obstacle. Across African landscapes more than 2.5 million years ago, certain rocks start to acquire a second existence. They are no longer only part of riverbeds, outcrops, or broken ground. They become edges, hammering surfaces, cutting implements, objects selected for shape and fracture, pieces of the landscape turned into extensions of the body. This is one of the quietest revolutions in the human story, and one of the most decisive. The earliest tools are simple enough to be overlooked by anyone expecting grandeur: a battered core, a flake struck off with intention, a stone bruised by repeated blows. Yet in these plain objects lies evidence of a new relationship between mind, hand, and environment. Africa matters here again because the earliest durable traces of this relationship appear there, in the same continent where hominins have already been diversifying for millions of years. The Oldowan tool tradition, generally dated from about 2.6 million years ago onward, remains the clearest early signal of that change. It is not impressive in the way later hand axes or blades will be impressive. There is little symmetry for beauty's sake. No fine pressure flaking, no elaborate shaping of standardized forms. But the apparent crudity hides a conceptual leap. To produce even a simple flake, a hominin must select suitable raw material, recognize that one stone can fracture another, understand at least intuitively where force should be applied, and then preserve or use the sharp edge that results. A flake can slice skin, strip meat, cut tendons, scrape plant matter, and alter what counts as accessible food. The tool is simple, but it changes the economy of survival. It allows bodies that are not anatomically specialized as claws or fangs to enter new feeding opportunities by means of learned technique. This does not mean the first toolmakers are already masters of invention. Their technology is sparse and local. It likely varies by raw material and immediate need. Some assemblages may reflect repeated skill. Others may reflect expedient choices made in moments of opportunity. Scholars still debate how standardized the earliest Oldowan really is, how much planning depth it implies, and whether some sites represent brief activity episodes rather than established technological systems. The evidence remains incomplete, especially because stone survives far more readily than wood, hide, plant fibre, or bone tools that may also have existed in simpler forms. But what survives in the record suggests a threshold has been crossed. The environment is no longer only a setting to move through. It is a storehouse of possible instruments. Some hints even suggest that this threshold may be older than the classic Oldowan. Possible cut-marked bones from around 3.4 million years ago in Ethiopia, and the controversial stone assemblages from Lomekwi in Kenya, dated to about 3.3 million years ago, raise the possibility that hominins were striking stones and using sharp edges before the appearance of early Homo in the conventional story. These claims are debated, and rightly so. Distinguishing cut marks from trampling damage or intentional flaking from fractured stone caused by other processes is notoriously difficult. No single explanation fully accounts for all the evidence. Yet even the debate itself is revealing. It suggests that the roots of technology may lie deeper in African hominin history than once assumed. Perhaps among creatures still small-brained and anatomically mixed. If that is so, then tool use does not follow intelligence as a late reward. It helps create the conditions in which new forms of intelligence become worth sustaining. The earliest tools matter not only because they cut, but because they reorganize attention. A stone flake implies anticipation. A hammer stone implies repeated action. A tool transported even a short distance implies foresight, or at least the memory that a useful object will remain useful away from the place it was found. This is where the earliest archaeological record begins to reveal a mind reaching beyond the immediate present. Not in abstract symbolism, not in art, not in language that can be heard again, but in practical sequences of action. Find stone, Strike stone, keep edge, carry if needed, use at carcass, return or discard, repeat. This is cognition embedded in routine, yet it is still cognition made visible. A sharpened flake is not merely a byproduct. It is evidence that the world is being sorted into categories of potential use. Carcasses are central to this story, though not in the heroic way popular imagination often prefers. Early hominins do not stride across the African plain as dominant hunters controlling the food web. More often, they likely approach the remains of dead animals with caution, timing, opportunism, and risk. A carcass can feed hyenas, lions, vultures, jackals, and any bold scavenger able to seize a moment. For a hominin with a stone edge, it also offers possibilities that teeth and nails alone cannot fully exploit. Meat can be sliced away more efficiently, tendons can be severed, bones can be cracked for marrow, one of the richest calorie sources in a difficult environment. Marrow is especially important because predators do not always consume it completely, and access to it rewards persistence and tools more than brute force. The image that emerges is not one of dominance, but of tactical intelligence at the edge of danger. That edge may have been one of the great classrooms of the early human mind. A group approaching a carcass must read signs quickly. Which predator made the kill? How long ago? Are vultures circling? Are lions still nearby? Is there time to cut? Is there safety in numbers? Such decisions do not fossilize directly, but the archaeology hints at them. Cut marks on bones, percussion damage from marrow extraction, and concentrations of stone tools near animal remains all point toward repeated behavioral strategies, not isolated accidents. The tools are therefore not just extensions of the hand, they are extensions of judgment. In unstable African habitats, where food can be patchy and competition intense, that judgment may matter as much as the calories themselves. It is important, though, not to reduce the earliest tools to meat acquisition alone. Stone flakes can also process plants, strip bark, cut tubers, shape wooden digging sticks, and perform many small acts that leave few traces. Some of the most important uses of early technology may be archaeologically invisible precisely because they involve perishable materials. A sharpened stone edge touching hide, fibre, soft plant tissue, or wood may leave no enduring mark beyond the stone itself. This creates a familiar problem in prehistory. What survives is real, but it is not all that was real. The earliest technological world was almost certainly richer than the surviving record suggests. Even so, the record is enough to show that hominins are beginning to buffer environmental uncertainty through external means. They are not merely anatomically adapted to a niche, they are carrying portable solutions into it. The maker of these tools remains a matter of ongoing debate in the earliest phases. Homo habilis is often associated with older one industries, and the name itself, handyman, reflects an older confidence that toolmaking defined the species. That confidence has softened. Species boundaries in early Homo are disputed, and Australopiths or other hominins may also have made tools, at least in some contexts. The evidence remains incomplete. But in a larger sense, the exact first maker matters less than the pattern. The pattern is African, and the pattern links manual skill, flexible foraging, and social learning across multiple lineages. Technology does not descend fully formed with one chosen species. It emerges from a broader African field in which several hominins may be experimenting with increasingly deliberate object use. This experimentation likely changes social life in ways that no bone can fully capture. Tool use is learned, and learning creates dependence. A juvenile watching an adult strike flakes is not simply observing noise and impact. It is absorbing sequence, material choice, posture, force, and result. Knowledge now lives not only in genes and instincts, but in demonstration and imitation. Once that begins, even at a simple level, the advantages can compound rapidly. A group does not need every individual to rediscover a useful behavior from nothing. Experience can accumulate across generations. Mistakes can be avoided. Good stone sources can be remembered. Safe scavenging habits can spread. In this modest but profound sense, culture begins to take on a more durable role in survival. The African setting remains crucial because it provides the pressure under which such durability is favoured. In highly variable habitats, a lineage that can pass on practical solutions through learning gains resilience beyond what anatomy alone can provide. Drought does not vanish because tools exist, but tools may widen the set of edible resources during drought. Competition does not vanish, but edge stone may make a brief access window to a carcass more profitable. Predators do not vanish, but better coordination and preparation may reduce risk. There is no magical triumph here, only incremental advantage under recurring stress, and incremental advantages, when repeated for thousands of generations, become evolutionary turning points. The earliest tools also reveal something about the tempo of the human story, for all the importance later placed on art, ritual, and symbolic thought. The first preserved signs of distinctively human-like cognition are practical and grounded. The mind first leaves a durable mark not by decorating the world, but by cutting into it. There is something fitting in that. The human line does not begin with self-expression. It begins with problem-solving. A stone is broken because breaking it helps. A carcass is opened because opening it feeds the group. A flake is saved because it remains useful. The grandeur comes much later. At the start, intelligence is intimate with necessity. There is also a surprising humility to the Older One world. These tools persist for an astonishing span of time with relatively limited change. That long stability implies that they work. It also implies that innovation need not be constant to be significant. Early hominins are not racing toward progress in the modern sense. They are using what suffices in a world that remains dangerous and uncertain. This is an important corrective to any idea that humanity is defined by endless acceleration from the beginning. For a very long time, what defines the lineage better is reliability repeating useful acts, preserving workable traditions, and surviving another season in habitats that never stop shifting. The mind behind these tools may already be more complex than the artifacts themselves suggest. Planning depth need not produce visual elegance. A flake struck quickly at a carcass can reflect acute situational awareness, even if it lacks refinement. Likewise, a simple core can be the product of repeated practice rather than crude improvisation. Archaeologists have long recognized that technological simplicity does not equal cognitive simplicity. The earliest toolmakers may already possess memory, teaching, anticipation, and social coordination far richer than their stone record alone would imply. What survives in the record suggests not minds at the edge of awakening, but minds already engaged in practical adaptation, still limited in some ways, yet increasingly capable of reorganizing their world. This is where tools and ancient minds come together most clearly. The first stone industries do not merely reveal what hominins do, they reveal how hominins begin to think differently about what can be done. A rock can become an edge, a carcass can become a delayed resource rather than an inaccessible prize. A landscape can be mapped not only by water and shelter, but by stone sources. Time itself begins to change slightly, because future need can now justify present preparation. That is a small shift compared with later human achievements, but it is enough to alter the line of evolution. Once survival depends partly on learned technique and material intervention, selection begins operating on new combinations of attention, dexterity, memory, and cooperation. And again, all of this unfolds first and most deeply in Africa. The earliest durable technological systems arise there among hominins already shaped by African variability, African competition, and African ecological opportunity. Stone tools do not explain human origins by themselves, but they show a lineage beginning to rely on behavior in a new way. They mark the point at which adaptation starts leaving increasingly external traces. The body still matters, the landscape still matters, climate still matters, but now the mind matters more visibly too, not as a detached intelligence floating above nature, but as a practical force working through hand and stone, through hunger and danger, through repeated acts at the edge of survival. In that African world, the earliest technologies are not luxuries. They are clues that a new kind of creature is learning not only to endure change, but to answer it. Pressure is one of the most important forces in the human story, though it rarely arrives in a form that can be easily dramatized. More often it comes as repetition. The rains fail more often than before. A lake withdraws from its old shoreline. Woodland thins. Grazing herds shift their routes. Dry seasons lengthen. A familiar patch of edible plants no longer produces reliably. Predators concentrate around the remaining water. Nothing in these moments announces an evolutionary turning point. Yet this is often how turning points begin, not with a single catastrophe visible across a whole continent at once, but with recurring episodes of instability that make some bodies, behaviors, and social strategies more viable than others. In Africa, over immense spans of time, climate pressure does not simply shape the background of evolution. It acts again and again as a filter, narrowing possibilities, preserving some lineages, and removing many more. The crucial word here is not hardship, but variability. A permanently difficult environment may favor a stable specialist. A wildly fluctuating one often does something else. It rewards organisms that can cope when conditions move between extremes. Africa during the later phases of hominin evolution is marked by repeated climatic oscillations on many scales. Some are driven by global cooling and the waxing and waning of ice sheets far to the north. Others relate to changing ocean temperatures, monsoon intensity, and long-term shifts in Earth's orbit that alter rainfall patterns. The result is not a simple march toward dryness, nor a single environmental trend that explains everything. Wet phases expand lakes and river systems. Dry phases contract them. Grasslands spread in one interval. Woodland rebounds in another. The Sahara itself alternates between formidable barrier and greener corridor. What survives in the record suggests not one stable African cradle, but a continent pulsing through repeated ecological reorganization. For hominins, that pulsing matters because every major requirement of life is tied to water and vegetation. Food abundance changes with rainfall. Shelter changes with vegetation cover. Travel routes change with lake levels, rivers, and open ground. Competition changes with the movements of herbivores and carnivores. Even disease burdens may shift with moisture and habitat. A population living successfully beside a productive lake basin may find itself under severe strain when that basin shrinks or fragments. Another population in higher ground may survive better under the same broader climate pattern because local rainfall remains more dependable. This is why no single explanation fully accounts for hominin survival. Climate does not act as a blunt instrument. It acts through geography, and geography makes pressure uneven. Some places become traps. Others become refuges. refugees may be among the most important and least visible features of the entire story. During harsh phases, populations do not necessarily vanish across a continent all at once. They may contract into zones where water, edible plants, and prey remain accessible. These refugia can be coastal stretches, well-watered uplands, lake margins, wooded corridors, river systems, or other comparatively stable habitats embedded within wider instability. There, lineages survive bottlenecks that eliminate or isolate others. Later, when conditions improve, descendants can spread outward again into landscapes that have become habitable once more. This repeated contraction and expansion may be one of the deepest rhythms of African human evolution. It helps explain how diversity is both pruned and renewed. It also helps explain why Africa can remain the center of the story for so long. The continent is large and varied enough that even during difficult phases, not every door closes at once. Bottlenecks are part of this process too, though they are often misunderstood. A bottleneck does not mean a species nearly disappears into one tiny miraculous remnant in every case. It means population size is reduced enough that genetic diversity contracts and survival becomes more contingent. In such periods, chance matters more. A lineage may persist because it happens to occupy a relatively favorable region, or because a set of behaviors already present proves unexpectedly useful under new conditions. Another lineage, equally successful before the shift, may decline simply because its favored habitat collapses too severely or too abruptly. Evolution under climate pressure is never only about superiority, it is also about timing, location, and contingency. This is one reason the fossil record is full of disappearance. Africa keeps producing hominins, but it also keeps eliminating them. The robust Australopiths may offer one example of the limits of specialization under changing pressure. Their massive jaws and chewing apparatus suggest a strategy centered on powerful processing of demanding foods, perhaps especially fallback resources during hard times. For a long period, this works well, yet eventually they vanish. The exact reasons remain debated, and the evidence remains incomplete. But one plausible interpretation is that anatomical specialization that solves one recurring African problem can become a liability when the problem changes. A lineage built around one set of fallback foods may be less flexible when habitats shift beyond those foods' availability. By contrast, early Homo seems increasingly oriented toward broader diets, greater mobility, and more reliance on learned behavior and tools. That does not make Homo immediately dominant, but it may make it more resilient across repeated environmental swings. This is where climate pressure begins to intersect with cognition in especially important ways. A variable world does not merely favor stronger bodies or different teeth. It can favor better timing, memory, and cooperation. If water sources become unpredictable, remembering where they persist becomes valuable. If plant foods ripen differently year to year, tracking seasonal cues matters. If carcass access is fleeting and dangerous, coordination becomes useful. If food must be transported back to dependence, planning matters. None of these pressures requires symbolic thought in the modern sense. They require practical intelligence embedded in daily survival. Over deep time, that kind of intelligence may have cumulative effects. A lineage living through repeated climate instability may increasingly depend on information carried socially, not just traits carried biologically. There is growing support for the idea that environmental variability, more than any single habitat type, is central to the human story. This is sometimes called variability selection, though the label matters less than the basic insight behind it. The argument is not that hominins evolve because Africa simply becomes drier and more open. It is that lineages able to tolerate shifts between different environments gain an edge in a continent where those shifts recur. A creature that can feed in woodland and open terrain, move across longer distances when needed, use tools to widen access to resources, and learn socially from past episodes of scarcity may outlast one better tailored to a narrower niche. Scholars still debate how broadly this model applies and which time intervals best support it, but as a guiding principle it fits much of what survives in the record. Africa keeps rewarding flexibility because Africa keeps changing. The climate pulses of the Pleistocene sharpen this pattern further. Beginning around 2.6 million years ago and intensifying over time, the Earth enters a regime of repeated glacial and interglacial cycles. Africa does not glaciate like northern latitudes, but it experiences the consequences through altered rainfall, seasonality, and vegetation. Lakes rise spectacularly in some intervals and disappear in others. Dust records increase during arid phases. Faunal communities shift. Hominin sites appear in some windows and vanish in others, suggesting movement, contraction, and reoccupation. What makes this especially significant is that these cycles overlap with major developments in Homo. Brain size trends upward, tool traditions persist and later diversify, body proportions shift toward greater ranging ability, social dependence likely deepens. None of these changes can be reduced to climate alone, but climate pressure forms the recurring stage on which they are tested. One of the more surprising lessons of recent research is that instability does not always suppress innovation. Sometimes it may stimulate it. When reliable routines fail, creatures depending on routine are exposed. A lineage capable of trying alternatives may find opportunities in disruption. A receding lake does not only create scarcity, it may expose new shoreline resources, alter movement routes, or force contact between populations previously separated. A greener Sahara does not only ease travel, it may open corridors for expansion, exchange, and interbreeding. A drying woodland does not simply remove shelter, it may favour longer travel, broader foraging, and new forms of cooperation. In this sense, climate pressure is not just a destructive filter, it is also a reorganizer of possibility. The same pulse that eliminates one strategy may create room for another. That said, there is danger in making climate into a grand master key. Human evolution is not a machine in which orbital cycles automatically produce bigger brains or new species. The evidence does not support such simplification. Climate acts through food, water, terrain, competition, population structure, and chance. Some lineages survive severe fluctuations with little obvious anatomical change, others disappear during periods that may not have been uniformly disastrous. The relationship between environmental instability and evolutionary response is real, but it is mediated through many layers. That is why scholars still debate individual transitions so intensely. A fossil does not come with a weather report attached. A stone tool does not explain itself. The record must be pieced together from sediments, isotopes, faunal communities, and anatomy, and even then certainty remains partial. Yet partial certainty is enough to reveal the larger pattern. The African continent is repeatedly reshaped by climate swings severe enough to matter, and varied enough to matter differently in different places. Hominins living there are repeatedly subjected to habitat fragmentation, resource uncertainty, and shifting movement corridors. Under such conditions, survival is unlikely to favour a single perfect adaptation. It is more likely to favour a toolkit of responses, locomotor flexibility, dietary breadth, social transmission, opportunistic technology, developmental investment in learning, and perhaps increasing cognitive capacity for dealing with complexity. The species that persist longest are not necessarily the strongest in one environment. They are the ones less easily broken by changes among many environments. This may be the deepest reason Africa keeps producing the lineage that leads to us. Not because it is gentle, and not because it is stable, but because it is unstable without being uniformly fatal. It presses hard, but unevenly. It destroys many branches, but leaves enough refugees for others to survive and diversify. It fragments populations, then reconnects them. It forces repeated encounters with scarcity, then briefly opens abundance. In such a world, selection can favor creatures that solve problems behaviorally rather than anatomically alone. That is a long road toward humanity, but it is a road climate pressure helps pave. By now the broader pattern is becoming hard to ignore. Upright walking emerges in Africa. Multiple hominins diversify there. The earliest tools appear there. Flexible foraging deepens there. Climate keeps rearranging the continent into a shifting mosaic of challenge and refuge. None of these features alone creates human beings. Together they create an evolutionary environment in which one broad strategy becomes increasingly powerful: remain adaptable, remain mobile, remain socially connected, remain capable of learning faster than conditions change. That strategy does not guarantee success, but it gives one lineage an edge in a continent that repeatedly punishes rigidity. And still, Africa does not produce only the ancestors of modern humans. It continues to host a crowded cast of relatives, many of them successful on their own terms, many overlapping in time, each carrying a different answer to the same unstable world. To understand why humans evolved only in Africa, it is not enough to follow one line in isolation. One must look at the whole African stage and see how many human relatives it held at once, how many ways of being hominin were tested there, and how unusual it is that one continent, for so long, could sustain so many versions of our kind. By this stage, Africa is no longer the setting for a few tentative evolutionary experiments. It is crowded, across different regions and different stretches of time. Multiple hominin forms exist within the same continent, sometimes perhaps separated by distance or habitat, sometimes overlapping more directly, sometimes replacing one another, and sometimes surviving side by side for astonishingly long periods. This is one of the clearest signs that the story of human origins cannot be reduced to a single line advancing neatly toward us. Africa is not simply the birthplace of one species. It is the long homeland of many human relatives, each carrying a different combination of traits, each testing a different solution to the same fundamental problem: how to survive in a continent that rewards flexibility, but never in exactly the same way twice. The Australopiths remain part of this cast for a long time. Some are lightly built and generalized enough to move through mixed habitats, with a combination of climbing ability and habitual bipedalism. Others, especially the robust forms, become highly distinctive. Paranthropus boise in East Africa, with its immense molars, thick enamel, wide flaring cheekbones, and heavy chewing musculature, looks like a creature built around an entirely different strategy from the one that will later define Homo. Yet it is not a brief failure. It persists for a remarkable span of time. In southern Africa, robust hominins such as Paranthropus robustus appear in their own ecological settings, while other Australopith-like forms continue to complicate the picture. Already the continent holds not one path but several, and it holds them simultaneously. That fact matters. It means the human story in Africa is not a solitary ascent. It is a crowded argument. Then early Homo enters more fully into the scene, and the crowding becomes even more important. Species assigned to Homo habilis, Homo rudolfensis, and perhaps other poorly defined early forms appear in East Africa around the same broad period that some Australopiths are still present. Their exact relationships remain debated. Some may represent variation within evolving populations. Some may be genuinely separate branches. Some fossils resist classification altogether. But the broader signal is unmistakable. There is no clean handover in which one hominin species neatly gives way to the next. Instead, Africa holds overlap, upright, tool-using, small-brained, behaviorally flexible creatures live in a world that still includes robust specialists and other archaic relatives. Different hominins are testing different ways of being successful at the same time. This overlap changes how the question must be asked. The issue is no longer simply why hominins arise in Africa. It is why Africa sustains a whole gallery of them. A continent that can hold Paranthropus and Homo together, along with regional variants and perhaps still undiscovered lineages, is doing something unusual in evolutionary terms. It is providing enough ecological variety for different strategies to coexist. One hominin may exploit hard or fibrous foods more effectively. Another may depend more heavily on flexible foraging and tools. One may range differently, grow differently, reproduce differently, or organize socially in different ways. What survives in the record suggests not chaos but structured diversity. These relatives are not duplicates. They are partitioning the African world in subtly different manners. Homo erectus, or perhaps early African Homo augusta depending on classification, marks one of the most consequential expansions of this diversity. Appearing in Africa by roughly 1.9 million years ago, this form is different enough from earlier hominins to feel like a major threshold has been crossed. The body is taller, more long-legged, better suited to sustained movement across broader landscapes. The brain is larger, though still far from modern size. The face and teeth begin shifting away from the more primitive condition. Tool traditions become more durable and, later, more elaborate. These hominins are not yet modern humans, but they're no longer living at the same scale of bodily and behavioral possibility as the Australopiths. And yet even they do not immediately erase the others. In Africa, for a time, older and newer ways of being hominin still overlap. The continent remains a place where evolutionary stages are not lined up in sequence, but layered. That layering is one of the strangest and most revealing features of the human past. In textbooks, time often flattens into order. In lived prehistory, order is rarely so clean. The Africa of early Homo is not a world in which everyone is equally advanced by some universal standard. It is a world where different lineages, carrying different inheritances, occupy adjacent or overlapping regions at the same time. One lineage may retain a more ape-like shoulder, another a more human-like lower limb. One may rely more on heavy chewing anatomy, another on stone tools. One may be more ecologically specialized, another more mobile. The result is not a chain, but a community of relatives, many human relatives, one homeland. This has profound implications for understanding why human origins remain rooted in Africa. If the continent had only produced a single unusual lineage, it might be possible to treat that lineage as a historical accident. But Africa produces many hominin forms over immense spans of time. That repeated production suggests an underlying system rather than a lucky exception. Africa is large enough to support separate evolutionary theatres. It is variable enough to keep natural selection active across multiple fronts. It is connected enough, at least intermittently, to allow dispersal, gene flow, and range shifts. And it is old enough in the right ways to let lineages persist through repeated environmental transitions without constant total collapse. The continent is not a single nursery. It is a long-running evolutionary complex. One of the lesser-known but increasingly important ideas in paleoanthropology is that our species may have inherited more from this structured African diversity than older models allowed. Even before Homo sapiens enters the picture, the African record hints that population structure, regional variation, and intermittent isolation are not exceptional conditions but recurring ones. If that is true, then the crowding of hominin relatives is not merely a side note. It is the deeper pattern from which modern humans later emerge. In other words, by the time Homo sapiens appears, Africa already has a long history of sustaining multiple quasi-separate populations and lineages that occasionally reconnect, compete, or vanish. What looks messy to us may have been the normal condition of hominin existence on the continent. There is also a humbling lesson in the fact that so many of these relatives are successful for so long without becoming us. Paranthropus persists for hundreds of thousands of years with a strategy that is clearly not ours. Homo erectus spreads farther and lasts longer than many later hominin forms. Smaller-brained or differently shaped relatives are not necessarily inferior in any immediate ecological sense. They're simply adapted to different problems under different conditions. The tendency to read the whole African hominin record as a prologue to Homo sapiens can therefore be misleading. For most of the time these species are alive. There is no reason to assume our own branch is the destined victor. It is one option among several. Africa is the homeland not of inevitable humanity, but of repeated and competing human possibilities. Competition between those possibilities may have been subtle or intense depending on place and time. It need not involve direct conflict to matter. If two hominin forms rely on overlapping foods, water sources, or habitats, the success of one may indirectly constrain the other. If one lineage is better able to widen its diet during drought, it may persist where another declines. If one can carry resources farther or use tools more effectively, it may thrive in broken landscapes where another struggles. These pressures do not leave simple signatures, and the evidence remains incomplete. But coexistence itself implies ecological negotiation. Africa's hominin diversity is therefore not just a matter of species count. It is a record of evolutionary sorting, of different bodies and behaviours trying to occupy the same broad continent without solving it in exactly the same way. Some of the most intriguing evidence for this crowded world comes from how hard it is to classify certain fossils. A jaw may look Homo-like in one feature and Australopith-like in another. A skull may combine traits thought to belong to different branches. Regional populations may drift in distinctive directions, only partly represented in the known record. Each new discovery threatens to rearrange the tree. This is frustrating for anyone wanting neat categories, but it reveals something important. The African hominin world is not only diverse, it is fluid. Boundaries blur. Evolution proceeds in mosaics. Traits do not move together at the same rate. This fluidity may itself be one reason Africa is so central. The continent does not merely generate species. It sustains the conditions under which species and populations remain dynamic rather than frozen. By the Middle Pleistocene, the cast begins to change again. Earlier forms fade or transform. More advanced Homo populations appear in Africa, often grouped under names such as Homo heidelbergensis in older frameworks, or more cautiously described as African Middle Pleistocene Homo in newer ones. These populations show larger brains, different cranial shapes, and likely more sophisticated behavior. Yet even here the old lesson holds. Africa does not present one clean ancestral line. It presents a patchwork of populations with varying features across space and time. The ancestors of Homo sapiens may lie somewhere within this patchwork, rather than in one isolated and instantly recognizable species. That possibility makes sense only in a continent already accustomed to hosting multiple human relatives within one broad homeland. The homeland itself remains the key. Europe and Asia will later host important hominin branches of their own, including Neanderthals, Denisovans, and other lineages. But the deeper pattern still begins in Africa, the long crowded phase, where many human relatives coexist and diversify, belongs there first. That is not merely because Africa preserves fossils. It is because Africa preserves a pattern no other region shows at the same early depth and scale. The continent repeatedly sustains multiple ways of being hominin over millions of years. It is the one place where the human family spends its longest adolescence. And this crowded African adolescence changes the meaning of our own emergence. Homo sapiens will not appear as an entirely separate miracle detached from what came before. It will emerge out of a continent already full of relatives, already shaped by repeated divergence and overlap, already used to the coexistence of multiple hominin forms. In that sense, the homeland of many human relatives becomes the necessary precondition for the homeland of one species that will eventually spread worldwide. Before there is one humanity in the modern sense, there are many near humanities sharing Africa in sequence and in overlap, each leaving traces of a larger experiment that is still underway. So when one asks why humans evolved only in Africa, the answer grows broader and more precise at the same time. They evolved there because Africa is not just the birthplace of our line. It is the enduring homeland of the whole early human family. It is where bipedal apes become multiple hominins, where tool users coexist with heavy-jawed specialists, where tall-bodied travellers emerge while older forms still survive, where no single lineage can yet claim the future. The continent does not simply host the first chapter, it hosts the long, crowded middle in which humanity is tested in many forms. Out of that multiplicity, eventually, one branch will become ours. But before that happens, Africa has already shown what it does best. It produces many human relatives, holds them together in one vast and unstable homeland, and lets evolution decide, only very slowly, which of those relatives will endure. By now, the question has almost reversed itself. Instead of asking only why humans evolve in Africa, it becomes necessary to ask why they do not evolve somewhere else first. Why not Europe, with its later abundance of caves, preserved bones, and dramatic Ice Age landscapes? Why not Asia, so vast and ecologically diverse, home to ancient primates, ancient migrations, and some of the largest landmasses on Earth? Why does the deepest human story begin in Africa and stay there for so long before other continents enter the picture in a serious way? It is a useful question, because it strips away the temptation to treat Africa as the default, merely because the evidence happens to survive there. If another region were equally plausible as the original centre of hominin evolution, one would expect some sign of that in the record. Instead, what appears is a striking asymmetry. Europe and Asia matter greatly later. Africa matters first, longest, and at the foundational level. Part of the answer lies in biological inheritance. The earliest relevant branches of our lineage do not emerge from nowhere. They emerge from African apes. Humans do not descend from modern chimpanzees, but the common ancestor of humans and chimpanzees is overwhelmingly likely to have lived in Africa, because the closest living relatives of humans are African apes, and because the broader fossil and genetic evidence points in that direction. This matters more than it may seem. Once the line leading toward hominins is rooted in African ape populations, the starting conditions are already uneven. Europe and Asia may host fossil apes in earlier times, and some of those fossil apes are fascinating and important. But the living branch most closely tied to our ancestry remains African. Human origins are therefore constrained not only by climate and geography, but by descent. The lineage can only begin where its immediate ancestral populations already are. This does not mean Eurasia lacks apes in the Miocene. In fact, one of the most intriguing and sometimes confusing parts of the pre-human story is that fossil apes are spread much more widely in the deeper past than the living world might suggest. During warmer intervals, ape-like primates occupy parts of Europe and Asia as well as Africa. Some of these Eurasian forms have at times been proposed as close to the ancestry of African apes and humans, though such ideas remain debated. The evidence is fragmentary, and no single explanation fully accounts for the relationships among all these extinct apes. Yet even if some important branches pass through or connect with Eurasian populations at certain points in deep time, the crucial later stage still centers in Africa. It is there that the line closest to the human-chimpanzee split is preserved in living relatives and earliest hominins alike. Eurasia contributes chapters to ape evolution, but Africa holds the chapter where ape evolution turns decisively toward hominin evolution. Climate also helps explain why this turn does not happen first in Europe or Asia. Eurasia is immense, but much of it is climatically harsher, more seasonal, or more unstable in ways that are not necessarily favorable to the slow, early emergence of hominins. Europe in particular experiences strong cooling trends, shrinking forests, and eventually the severe oscillations of Ice Age climates. For later humans, caves and cold-adapted strategies become opportunities. For early ape-derived populations still experimenting with locomotion, diet, and flexible foraging, such conditions may be far less accommodating. Much of Asia is ecologically rich, but the regions most suitable for ape-like primates are often separated by enormous distances, mountain systems, deserts, or climatic barriers. Africa, by contrast, offers a large tropical and subtropical landmass with both continuity and diversity. It is not easy land, but it is land where ape populations can persist, while also encountering repeated environmental shifts that encourage divergence rather than immediate exclusion. Seasonality is especially important here. A strongly seasonal climate with long cold winters imposes demands different from those faced by early hominins in Africa. To survive severe winters, populations need reliable fallback foods, shelter strategies, body insulation, technological buffers, or all of these together. Such traits become possible later in human evolution, but they are not the starting package. Early hominins are small-brained, vulnerable, only partly tool-dependent, and deeply tied to habitats where year-round survival does not require the same degree of cold adaptation. Africa's climates are variable, sometimes brutally so, but most of the continent does not impose prolonged winter darkness and freezing conditions. That difference matters. The selective pressures that produce later cold-adapted humans in Eurasia are not the same pressures that would likely nurture the first tentative steps away from the ape condition. Forests matter as well, because the lineage begins among apes whose inheritance is arboreal or semi-arboreal. Africa long preserves major tropical forest systems while also developing adjacent woodland, mosaic, and grassland environments. This combination may be exactly what an emerging hominin lineage requires. It allows ape-derived populations to persist without remaining trapped in one stable forest niche. Europe and much of Asia either lose such conditions too severely in key periods, or maintain them in more geographically restricted and discontinuous ways. In other words, Africa may offer a uniquely fertile tension between continuity and disruption. There are enough ape-friendly habitats to keep relevant populations alive, and enough environmental change nearby to push some of those populations into new, adaptive experiments. Too much continuity, and there is less pressure to change. Too much harshness, and the experiment may fail before it begins. Geography adds another layer. Africa is large enough to support isolation and reconnection on a continental scale, without the same kinds of external interruptions that shape Eurasia. Europe is relatively small, and often climatically squeezed between advancing cold and shifting forest belts. Asia is vast, but its habitable ape zones are partitioned by formidable barriers, deserts, mountain chains, plateaus, and broad arid interiors. Africa has barriers too, including the Sahara in many periods, major river systems, uplands, forests, and rifted terrains. But crucially, these barriers often fluctuate. Green phases open routes that later close, wooded corridors expand and shrink. Lake systems create temporary opportunities. Such fluctuating internal boundaries may be better at generating structured diversity than permanently severe external ones. The continent can fragment populations without always annihilating contact. That is exactly the kind of setting in which multiple hominin lineages can arise and persist. The fossil record reflects these deeper advantages, though it also introduces caution. It is true that Africa preserves the earliest hominins, the earliest widely accepted stone tools, and the long sequence leading toward Homo sapiens. It is also true that fossil preservation is uneven everywhere. Europe has caves that preserve later hominins beautifully, while tropical and forested regions often destroy bone. Asia remains undersampled in some areas and surprisingly rich in others. So one must be careful not to argue in a circle, saying Africa is first merely because Africa has the fossils and Africa has the fossils because Africa is first. Yet the asymmetry is too broad to dismiss as preservation alone. The earliest bipedal candidates are African. The Australopith radiation is African. The earliest robust hominins are African. Early Homo is African. The oldest secure archaeological traditions are African. Later Eurasian hominins all appear after lineages have already emerged and diversified in Africa. The pattern is not one kind of evidence repeated. It is many kinds converging. One of the strongest counters to older non-African first theories comes from genetics. Living human populations, despite all their differences, show deepest shared ancestry pointing back to Africa, and beyond modern humans. The branching relationship among great apes places our closest living kin in Africa as well. This double signal matters. The continent is not only where early fossils appear, it is also where the living tree of closest relationships points. Europe and Asia later host extraordinary developments, including Neanderthals, Denisovans, and eventually the spread of Homo sapiens into almost every kind of environment. But those later achievements do not erase the earlier pattern. They depend on it. The human line arrives in Eurasia already shaped by millions of years of African evolution. There is also a more subtle point about ecological opportunity. Eurasia's larger size can be misleading. Vast territory is not automatically an advantage for early evolution. What matters is not square kilometers alone, but the arrangement of usable habitats over time. A continent can be enormous and still hostile to the continuity needed by a vulnerable lineage. A smaller but more climatically suitable mosaic can be more productive. Africa combines scale with a broad belt of long-term habitability for ape-derived populations, while also providing varied ecotones where novel adaptations can arise. Europe, especially as climates cool, may offer less of that continuous foundational habitability. Asia offers plenty of complexity, but often with sharper separations between favourable zones. The conditions that later permit wide human dispersal are not necessarily the same conditions that foster initial hominin emergence. The question of predators and competitors belongs here too. Africa is full of them, and that danger may seem like an argument against it. Why would such a perilous continent favour human origins? Yet danger alone does not prevent evolution, it shapes it. African hominins evolve among large carnivores, competitive scavengers, and shifting herbivore communities. This is harsh, but it also favours alertness, cooperation, opportunism, and eventually technological mediation. Europe and Asia have predators too, of course, but the key difference is that early hominins in Africa are building their adaptations within a long primate context, already suited to parts of that continent. They're not invading an alien world from the outset. They're emerging from within an African ecological web that is difficult but ancestrally familiar. That continuity may have made adaptive experimentation more sustainable there than in harsher or more disconnected settings elsewhere. Scholars have at times proposed broader multi-regional models in which key human traits evolve across Africa and Eurasia together over long periods. Such models retain some importance when discussing later phases of human interaction, especially the exchange of genes among different Homo lineages. But for the deepest origins, the evidence has steadily concentrated the story in Africa. The older idea that Europe or Asia might independently generate the first hominins, or that modern humans arise equally from separate regional roots without a primary African source, has not held up well against accumulated fossil and genetic data. The evidence remains incomplete in many local details, but the larger directional signal has only grown clearer. And still, this is not because Africa is somehow destined or superior in any grand civilizational sense. It is because the particular chain of requirements for early human evolution happens to be met there more convincingly than anywhere else. African ape ancestry, long-term tropical and subtropical continuity, repeated but not universally fatal environmental variability, internal fragmentation with intermittent reconnection, a fossil and archaeological record showing deep hominin diversification, genetic evidence pointing to African roots. Europe and Asia eventually become crucial stages for later human expansion, adaptation, and interaction. But they enter the story after the essential groundwork has already been laid. That may be the deepest answer to why not Europe or Asia first. Those continents are too late in the sequence of relevant conditions. They matter magnificently once hominins already exist. Europe becomes a theatre of cold adaptation and the rise of later human relatives. Asia becomes a vast field for dispersal, innovation, and branching complexity. But the lineage capable of exploiting those worlds must first be assembled somewhere else. It must first pass through the long African phase in which bipedalism, flexible foraging, tool use, social learning, and greater ecological versatility are gradually built. Only then can the rest of the world matter in the way it eventually does. So the contrast is not between one continent full of life and other somehow empty or irrelevant. It is between one continent that holds the right continuity of ancestry and environmental variation for early hominin emergence, and others that become central only after that emergence has already occurred. Africa is the workshop, Eurasia is the later frontier. The human story does not begin where later humans flourish most dramatically in cold caves or on wide temperate plains. It begins where ape-derived populations endure, diversify, and are pressured into new forms of adaptation over immense time. And that place, again and again, is Africa. The story of human origins is built not only from ancient bones and broken stone, but from the slow overturning of certainty, again and again. What one generation thinks it knows about the beginning of humanity is unsettled by the next discovery pulled from African ground. A jaw appears where none was expected. A skull shifts a date. Footprints preserve a behavior older than theory allowed. Sediment layers reveal that a landscape once imagined as dry was in fact wet, or that a supposed forest world was a mosaic of scrub and grass. The history of our origins is therefore also a history of correction, and nowhere has that correction been more dramatic than in the fossils and ancient traces found across Africa. The evidence that steadily rewrites the human story and keeps returning the answer to the same continent. For a long time, many scholars did not fully appreciate this. Early ideas about human origins were shaped by incomplete evidence and by habits of thought that gave Europe and Asia a larger place in prehistory than Africa. Neanderthals were discovered in Europe before most of the crucial African hominin record was known. Java man and Peking man seem to give Asia an impressive antiquity in the human story. The dramatic cave settings and colder climates of Eurasia preserved later fossils in ways that were vivid and persuasive. Africa, by contrast, was underexplored scientifically, politically marginalized in many academic traditions, and often imagined through colonial distortions that made it harder for outsiders to recognize its centrality to deep time. This bias did not make African evidence disappear. It simply delayed its recognition. When that evidence began to emerge, it changed almost everything. In 1924, the tongue child from South Africa was described by Raymond Dart as Australopithecus africanus, a small-brained but apparently upright early hominin. At the time, many in the scientific establishment resisted the implication. The fossil was from Africa. It was juvenile, and it did not fit the older expectation that a large brain must come first in human evolution. Yet the tongue child hinted at a truth that later discoveries would confirm: the human line begins not with swollen intelligence emerging in some grand northern setting, but with more modest anatomical changes in African ancestors whose brains remained small for a very long time. That alone was a profound revision. It shifted the order of the story. Upright posture and ape-like ancestry moved to the front. Brain enlargement moved later. Then the discoveries kept coming. In East Africa, Louis and Mary Leakey and many others after them transformed Olduvai Gorge, Kubifora, Hadar, Letoli, and other sites into names inseparable from human origins. These places did more than produce fossils. They produced sequences. That is what made them so powerful. A single skull can be argued over endlessly. A layered record of sediments, fauna, volcanic ash, tools, and repeated hominin remains creates a more durable framework. The African record began to show that different hominins existed over immense spans of time, that toolmaking emerged early there, that bipedalism preceded larger brains, and that the path to humanity was branching rather than linear. The more complete the African record became, the less plausible older non-African first models appeared. Lucy, discovered in Ethiopia in 1974, became perhaps the most famous fossil in the story, but her importance lies not in celebrity. It lies in the kind of being she revealed. Australopithecus afarensis was not the brutish, half-human caricature earlier generations might have imagined. Lucy's skeleton showed a creature clearly adapted for bipedal locomotion, yet still carrying a small brain and many non-human features. Here was evidence in bone that the body changed before the mind changed in ways people once expected to define humanity. She did not solve every problem. No fossil ever does. scholars still debate aspects of locomotion, variation, and ancestry. But Lucy made one thing difficult to deny. Africa held creatures already walking on two legs more than 3 million years ago, long before any comparable evidence existed elsewhere. The Letterly footprints deepened that insight in a different register. A footprint is harder to dismiss than an isolated bone because it records action directly. Preserved in volcanic ash in Tanzania, and dating to about 3.66 million years ago. These tracks showed upright walkers moving across a landscape far older than any written memory. There has been debate about exactly how modern their gait appears, how many individuals made the tracks, and how to interpret some anatomical details, but their larger significance remains firm. They demonstrate that bipedalism was no late addition. It was already habitual in African hominins long before the genus Homo emerged in its later forms. In a sense, the footprints did not merely add evidence, they added atmosphere. They allowed later humans to glimpse behaviour, not only structure. The human story was no longer just a set of skulls in drawers, it was movement across African ground. Then came Ardipithecus, and with it, another correction. When Ardipithecus ramidus was described in detail after years of painstaking work, it challenged simplistic ideas about the last common ancestor shared with chimpanzees and about the environments in which bipedalism arose. Ardi was not a chimpanzee-like animal simply standing up because forests disappeared behind it. The anatomy suggested something stranger and more instructive, a creature adapted to a wooded setting, still able to climb, yet also already experimenting with upright movement on the ground. This was a direct challenge to the old savanna-only narrative. Human origins in Africa were not a clean escape from forest to grassland. They were a more complex negotiation with mosaic environments. Exactly the sort of negotiation the African landscape seemed especially well suited to produce. The fossils of Chad added another disruption by expanding the geographic imagination of human origins. Sahelanthropus, whatever its precise relationship to later hominins, reminded scholars that the earliest relevant story was not confined neatly to East Africa, Central Africa, Southern Africa, and other regions had to be taken seriously as parts of a larger continental process. This mattered because it pushed against the idea of a single narrow cradle. Africa began to look less like one favoured valley and more like a continent-wide system in which different populations, habitats, and episodes of change all contributed to the long formation of the human line. Each new fossil stretched the map as much as the timeline. The tool record did the same thing in behavioural terms. For years, simple stone tools from Olduvai and related sites anchored the beginning of technology in early Homo. Then older and older hints began to appear, possible cut marks older than expected. Lomekwi's controversial but compelling stone artefacts at around 3.3 million years, evidence that object use and perhaps basic tool-making might precede the classic image of Homo altogether. These findings did not erase uncertainty. Scholars still debate the interpretation of some marks and artifacts, and rightly so. But the direction of revision was revealing. The more evidence accumulated, the more deeply African and the more gradual the rise of technology appeared. Once again, the story moved away from sudden breakthroughs and toward a layered African prehistory in which many important changes begin earlier, more slowly, and among more diverse hominins than once believed. South Africa's cave systems contributed another set of surprises. Sterkfontein, Swartkrans, Malapa, and the Rising Star cave system each added complexity to the picture. Some offered australopiths and robust hominins in abundance. Others produced unexpected combinations of anatomy, Homo naledi, in particular, unsettled, comfortable assumptions. Here was a relatively small-brained hominin surviving surprisingly late, with a mixture of primitive and derived features, found deep in a cave system in a context that prompted debate about behavior, deposition, and even the possibility of mortuary practices. Many of the more dramatic interpretations remain disputed, and the evidence is still being worked through. But Homo naledi served an important purpose regardless. It reminded everyone that the African hominin story was still incomplete enough to surprise, and that the continent continued to hold branches of the family tree no one had expected to find. Dating methods transformed the story as much as the fossils themselves. Volcanic ash layers in East Africa allowed potassium-argon and argon-argon techniques to place sites into a chronology far deeper than earlier methods could manage. Paleomagnetism, uranium series dating, electron spin resonance, and other approaches refined or challenged earlier timelines. This had a major consequence. It made the African record not only richer in fossils, but stronger in chronology. A fossil without a date is suggestive. A fossil with a well-supported date becomes an anchor point in a broader narrative. As dates improved, old assumptions about timing often failed. Bipedalism turned out to be older. Tool use turned out to be older. The coexistence of multiple hominins turned out to be more prolonged. In this way, Africa did not just provide more evidence. It provided evidence capable of reorganizing the entire schedule of human evolution. One of the most striking features of all this is how often discoveries in Africa have forced science to become less tidy. Older narratives preferred a sequence one species, then the next, each more advanced than the last. The African record repeatedly breaks that sequence apart. Small-brained bipedal species coexist with early Homo. Robust specialists live alongside more flexible foragers. Primitive and more derived features appear in unexpected combinations. Geographic spread turns out to be broader than expected. The family tree becomes less like a trunk and more like a thicket. This is not confusion for its own sake. It is a sign that the evidence is becoming more faithful to reality. Real evolution is not obligated to look orderly. Africa's fossils and ancient traces are valuable precisely because they reveal how disorderly the path actually was. The discoveries also changed the moral shape of the story. Once Africa became clearly established as the homeland of the human line, old racial hierarchies embedded in pseudoscientific thinking were confronted with a deeper truth. The oldest chapter of humanity belonged to Africa, not metaphorically, not symbolically, literally. All later human populations, however different in appearance or history, emerge from a lineage rooted there. That conclusion came not from ideology but from converging evidence. Fossils showed it. Archaeology supported it. Later genetics would reinforce it even more strongly. The revision was scientific, but it carried human meaning as well. The continent once dismissed or sidelined in so many narratives became the indispensable center of the deepest one. And still, the rewriting is not over. New finds continue to alter the picture. Some old dates are revised upward or downward. Some species are merged, others split. Some celebrated fossils become less central when wider comparisons emerge. Some neglected fragments become crucial. The evidence remains incomplete, and that incompleteness is not a temporary inconvenience that will disappear entirely. Too much time has passed. Too many landscapes have been destroyed or remain unexplored. Too many populations vanished without a durable trace. But what survives is enough to show a consistent pattern in how science changes its mind. The more the record grows, the more Africa moves from possible birthplace to unavoidable center. That is why the fossils that rewrote the story matter so much. They do not simply fill in blanks. They teach caution toward any version of human origins that is too simple, too linear, too attached to one dramatic turning point. The real story is slower, older, and more African than earlier generations were prepared to accept. A child's skull from Taung, a skeleton from Hadar, footprints at Letoli, tools from Olduvai, contested stones from Lomekwi, strange bones from deep caves in South Africa. Each adds a new sentence to the same long correction. The human story keeps returning to Africa because Africa keeps yielding the evidence that reshapes it. And that reshaping is still only half the answer. Bones and tools tell one part of the story, but another line of evidence, more recent and more abstract, now begins to speak with extraordinary force. Genes, carried by living people and sometimes recovered from ancient remains, start to reveal patterns fossils alone could never fully show. They trace divergence, reconnection, movement, and deep shared ancestry. And when they do, they point back to the same homeland once again, not just as the place where many human relatives lived, but as the continent where our own species took shape from a tangled African core. Genes arrived late to the story of human origins, but once they began to speak, they changed the scale of the question. Fossils reveal bodies, tools reveal behavior in fragments, landscapes reveal pressure, genes, by contrast, reveal relationship. They trace descent, separation, mixture, survival, and loss across spans of time too deep for memory and too fine-grained for most bones to show. And when genetic evidence is placed alongside the African fossil and archaeological record, it does not weaken the case for an African origin of our species. It deepens it. More than that, it complicates it in exactly the way Africa's earlier history would lead one to expect. Modern humans do not emerge from one tiny, perfectly isolated birthplace in a simple burst. They emerge from a structured African population history, a continent-wide web of divergence and reconnection whose deepest roots still point unmistakably back to Africa. The first major revelation from genetics is now so familiar that it can seem almost obvious. Though it was once transformative, human genetic diversity is greatest in Africa. That matters because, in broad terms, regions with deeper population history tend to preserve more diversity, while populations founded more recently by migration often carry only a subset of that variation. This does not mean every African population is equally ancient in any simplistic sense, nor that later movements within Africa have been minor. On the contrary, African population history is extraordinarily dynamic, but the overall signal remains powerful. The deepest branches of living human genetic variation are found within Africa, and populations outside Africa derive from only part of that larger African diversity. In other words, the rest of the world looks genetically like an outward branch from a broader African root. This finding sits well with the fossil story, but it also refines it. Early arguments for a recent African origin of modern humans were sometimes imagined too simply, as though a small group appeared in one African location, fully modern and fully separate, and then replaced everyone else elsewhere with little complication. The last few decades have softened that picture. Replacement still matters in broad terms, because Homo sapiens does ultimately trace its main origin to Africa and later expands outward. But within Africa itself, the making of our species appears far less tidy. Different populations may have been partly separated across regions for long stretches, adapting in different habitats and exchanging genes intermittently when climate opened corridors between them. Scholars still debate exactly how structured these populations were and how best to describe the process. But the evidence increasingly suggests that Homo sapiens arises from a braided African history rather than from one narrow point on the map. This matters because it makes our origin look more like the earlier African hominin pattern, not less. Africa had already been the homeland of multiple lineages, regional variation, and fluctuating connection for millions of years. Why should our own species be an exception? Genetic evidence suggests it is not. Some of the deepest divergences among living human lineages and some signals of ancient population structure imply that the ancestors of modern humans were not a single uniform population sitting still for hundreds of thousands of years. They were likely spread across parts of Africa, sometimes divided by habitat, distance, or climate, sometimes reconnecting and sharing genes. A greener Sahara in one interval might open movement. A drier phase might cut it off. Wooded belts might expand and contract. River systems might become corridors or barriers depending on the century or the age. The continent's internal restlessness, visible in the fossil story, is present in the genetic story as well. Mitochondrial DNA and the Y chromosome played an early role in clarifying this larger picture, though they're often misunderstood in popular discussion. The terms mitochondrial Eve and Y chromosomal Adam do not refer to the first woman and first man, nor to a lone founding pair. They refer to the most recent common ancestors of specific genetic lineages carried in mitochondrial DNA and the Y chromosome, lineages that survived while others disappeared. These ancestors lived in Africa, which is important, but they were part of a larger populations, not isolated miracles. Their significance lies in what they indicate about ancestry and time depth, not in any literal biblical scenario. Even here, the language of origins can mislead if taken too dramatically. The genetic story points toward Africa, but it points toward African populations, plural, moving and changing across time. Whole genome studies have taken the picture further. Instead of following only one maternal or paternal line, genome-wide analyses capture a much broader inheritance, and what they show is both clearer and more complex. Populations outside Africa carry evidence of descent from a subset of African ancestry that moved outward relatively late in the long human story, probably around 60 to 70,000 years ago, in the major expansion that leaves the largest living legacy beyond the continent, though earlier movements may also have occurred. Within Africa, however, genomes preserve signals of deep splits, admixture, demographic expansion, and local adaptation that are often older and more intricate than those outside. This does not make Africa genetically chaotic. It makes it old in the relevant way. A long, structured population history leaves layers. Africa has those layers in abundance. Ancient DNA has revolutionized many parts of human evolution, especially in Eurasia, where cooler conditions preserve genetic material more readily. It has revealed interbreeding between Homo sapiens, Neanderthals, and Denisovans, and it has transformed understanding of later human population movements. But ancient DNA from Africa is much harder to recover because warm environments degrade genetic material quickly. This means one of the most important chapters in the story is also one of the most difficult to read directly. The absence of abundant ancient African DNA is therefore not evidence against Africa's centrality. It is a preservation problem layered on top of a continent whose fossil and living genetic evidence already speaks strongly. Where ancient African genomes have been recovered, they tend to confirm complexity mixture, movement, structure, and continuity rather than a simple single-source model. There is also growing discussion of so-called ghost populations, ancient human groups that have not yet been identified from fossils or direct ancient DNA, but whose genetic signals may persist indirectly in living or later populations. Some models suggest that deeply divergent lineages within Africa may have contributed ancestry to modern humans. reflecting a long period in which multiple semi-separated populations interacted. These ideas remain under active debate, and the evidence is often model-dependent, so caution is essential. Scholars still debate how much of the signal reflects true archaic structure versus ordinary population subdivision within Homo sapiens. But either way, the broader implication is the same. Our species likely emerges within an African setting already rich in diversity and partial separation, not from a single smooth ancestral stream. The fossils align with this. Early Homo sapiens or near Homo sapiens remains from places like Jebel Irhoud in Morocco, Homo kibish in Ethiopia, and Herto also in Ethiopia do not all look identical. They show a mosaic of features, some more archaic, some more recognizably modern, spread across different African regions and different dates. Jebel Irhoud in particular has been influential because it suggests that important aspects of modern human anatomy were present in North Africa around 300,000 years ago, widening the geographic scope of our origins. Yet these early humans are not fully modern in every detail. The face may look relatively modern while the brain case remains elongated compared with later Homo sapiens. This is precisely what one would expect if our species emerged gradually across structured populations, rather than appearing all at once in a single perfected form. The evidence remains incomplete, but what survives in the record suggests an African origin distributed in space and assembled over time. This distributed origin also helps explain why behavior associated with modern humans appears unevenly at first. Symbolic artifacts, pigments, shell beads, engraved pieces, composite tools, and more complex hunting or plant processing evidence show up in African contexts at different times and in different combinations. There is no single human revolution that suddenly switches on everywhere at once. Instead, there are pulses of innovation, local traditions, and perhaps periods of loss as well as gain. Genetics provides a useful parallel here. Just as our anatomy and ancestry are braided, so too may be our behavior. Different African populations may contribute different pieces to what later becomes the broader Homo sapiens package. One region may preserve early symbolic practices, another technological refinements, another demographic resilience during harsh climate phases. The African core is not a point, it is a network. One of the most powerful insights from genetics is that all living humans remain extraordinarily close to one another compared with many other species. The total genetic diversity within humanity is modest, which makes sense if all modern humans descend from a relatively recent African population history followed by later expansion. This shared closeness does not erase difference, but it places difference within a narrow and recent framework. The vast visible variations people use to divide themselves by ancestry or race are shallow compared with the deeper unity revealed by our common African origin. That unity is not sentimental language. It is written in the genome, and at its deepest branches, the genome keeps leading back to Africa. The outward migrations from Africa do not weaken this point. In fact, they sharpen it. When Homo sapiens eventually spreads into Eurasia and beyond, it carries African ancestry into new landscapes, where it will meet and sometimes mix with other human lineages already present, such as Neanderthals and Denisovans. Those later encounters are important and real. They leave lasting traces in many modern populations, but they do not overturn the main direction of descent. They are additions to a species already formed within Africa. The core remains African even when the branches spread worldwide. In this sense, migration is not the beginning of the story, but the export of a species already shaped by a long African past. There is a quieter implication too. If modern humans emerge from structured African populations rather than from one tiny isolated group, then the success of our species may owe something to mixture itself. Reconnection between populations can combine useful traits, increase diversity, and prevent long isolation from becoming vulnerability. Africa's environmental fluctuations may therefore have done more than separate populations. They may have repeatedly brought them back into contact at crucial moments. A greener corridor opens, a drier barrier closes, a local innovation spreads. A previously separated population contributes genes or practices to another. No single explanation fully accounts for this process, and many details remain beyond current evidence. But the general model fits both the continent and the species. Homo sapiens is African not only because it begins there, but because it is shaped by the internal diversity of Africa itself. This is why genes, for all their power, do not replace the fossil story, they complete it. Fossils show bodies experimenting across Africa. Archaeology shows minds and behaviours emerging across Africa. Genetics shows that our own species still carries the signature of Africa's depth, structure, and plurality. Together, these lines of evidence produce a picture at once more solid and more subtle than earlier generations imagined. The origin of modern humans is African, yes, but it is African in a way that mirrors the continent's deeper evolutionary logic, fragmented, reconnected, regionally varied, and cumulative. So when the question is asked one last time at this stage, why humans evolved only in Africa, the answer now carries a new precision. Not because Africa held one magic valley, one chosen tribe, or one miraculous event, but because Africa held the deepest ape ancestry relevant to our line, the longest record of hominin diversification, the greatest living human genetic diversity, the earliest known modern human fossils, and the structured population history from which Homo sapiens finally emerged. The African core is not just a place on a map, it is the long biological centre of our species, and when humans finally begin leaving that centre in large numbers, they do not leave Africa behind. They carry it, in every chromosome and every inherited possibility, into the rest of the world. When humans finally begin leaving Africa in lasting and consequential ways, the departure can seem so dramatic that it is easy to let it overshadow everything that comes before. Shorelines, deserts, mountain corridors, unknown prey, unknown climates, strange new predators, and other human relatives waiting in lands our species has never occupied before, all create the feeling of a grand beginning. Yet it is not the beginning. It is a late development in a much older story. By the time Homo sapiens starts spreading beyond Africa in the expansion that will eventually populate the rest of the world, the essential work has already been done on African ground. The body, the brain, the social dependence, the flexible diet, the learned technology, the capacity to survive in shifting habitats. All of these have been assembled there over immense spans of time. The outward journey matters because it reveals what that African history has made possible. But the travellers do not leave Africa as blank slates. They carry Africa within them, in anatomy, in behaviour, in genes, and in the adaptive logic of the species itself. That logic is easy to miss because later human history is so often told from the perspective of continents reached after the departure. Europe, Asia, Australia, the Americas, islands of every size, cold steppes, rainforests, mountain chains, all become theatres of astonishing human versatility. But versatility itself is the inheritance, the capacity to adjust, to improvise, to learn socially, to widen a diet, to turn landscapes into problems that can be solved rather than simply endured. That is not invented in Eurasia. It is refined in Africa long before the major dispersals. Even the physical endurance required for movement across large distances, so central to later expansion, rests on a body plan built through earlier African selection for bipedalism, ranging, and ecological flexibility. When Homo sapiens crosses into new worlds, it is carrying a kit assembled over millions of years in one old continent that has already trained it through repeated uncertainty. The timing of these departures is itself revealing. There are hints of earlier excursions out of Africa by various Homo lineages, and probably by Homo sapiens in smaller or less enduring episodes as well. Fossils and archaeological evidence from the Levant and elsewhere suggest that members of our species may have moved into Eurasia before the expansion that leaves the largest living legacy. Some of these movements may have faltered, retreated, or been absorbed without long-lasting demographic success. Scholars still debate the exact pattern, and the evidence remains incomplete. But the broad outline is clear enough. The major global dispersal associated with most present-day non-African ancestry comes late in the story. After Homo sapiens has already existed in Africa for a long time, the world beyond Africa is entered not at the moment our species first appears, but after a long internal African prehistory. That lateness matters because it warns against imagining that human success begins with expansion. It begins with persistence at home. Africa remains the testing ground where modern humans survive climatic swings, inhabit different ecological zones, structure populations across space, and develop behaviors that can later travel. Coastal foraging, inland hunting, plant processing, pigment use, symbolic marking, complex tool traditions, social networking, all appear within African contexts before or during the early phases of outward movement. Not every innovation appears in one place, and not every region contributes in the same way. The African origin of our species is therefore not just anatomical or genetic, it is behavioral. The broader capacities that make global dispersal possible are already being cultivated inside Africa's internal diversity. The first routes out are likely shaped by the same environmental instability that has been shaping the story all along. Wet phases open corridors through regions otherwise harsh. The Sinai and Levant become viable passages in some intervals. Southern coastal routes around Arabia may become more accessible when climate permits. Green windows in the Sahara can connect populations across what later appears an overwhelming barrier. Sea levels rise and fall, exposing and drowning coastlines that may once have been important migration highways. The movement out of Africa is therefore not a single heroic march. It is opportunistic, episodic, and dependent on favourable openings. In this too, the African inheritance is obvious. The species that leaves is one already accustomed to tracking environmental windows, following resources, and surviving by timing movement to changing conditions. When Homo sapiens enters Eurasia, it encounters other humans. This is one of the great revelations of recent science, and one of the strongest reasons not to tell the story too simply. Neanderthals are already established across parts of Europe and Western Asia. Denisovans, though known mostly from sparse remains and genetic traces, occupy parts of Asia as well. These populations are not primitive placeholders waiting to be replaced. They are successful human relatives with their own long histories, their own adaptations, and, in the case of Neanderthals at least, bodies shaped by non-African environments over hundreds of thousands of years. When modern humans meet them, the result is not pure separation. There is interbreeding. Many living people outside Africa carry small percentages of Neanderthal ancestry, and some populations also carry Denisovan ancestry. But these later genetic additions do not alter the main direction of the story. They are encounters between branches after one branch has already emerged from Africa. The important point is not just that Homo sapiens leaves Africa, but what remains recognizably African in the species after it leaves. In the bones, the signs are subtle yet profound. The relatively gracile body compared with some later archaic humans, the developmental pattern of prolonged childhood and extended learning, the broad behavioral versatility, the ability to adapt culturally faster than anatomy alone can change, all are products of the long African past. In the genes, the evidence is even clearer. Every non-African population descends largely from African ancestors, carrying only later admixture from regional archaic humans. The deep structure of the species remains African even when its later branches are global. In a strict biological sense, no human population has ever left that origin behind. There is something almost paradoxical in this. The farther humans move from Africa, the more obvious Africa's formative role becomes. Cold adaptation in Eurasia, ocean crossings into Sahul, survival at high altitude, occupation of the Americas, all these later achievements depend on a species already equipped with unusual adaptability. That adaptability is not a generic mammalian trait. It is the outcome of a specific evolutionary history. A species less behaviorally flexible, less socially dependent, less capable of transmitting knowledge, less skilled at widening its ecological niche through tools and learning, would not spread so far so successfully. Africa does not merely produce a human body, it produces a human way of solving environments. That way can then be carried into radically different settings. The journey outward also changes Africa's place in memory. Once the descendants of those who leave are established elsewhere, the old homeland is no longer the entire human world. It becomes one part of a wider human map, yet biologically and historically it remains the center. This is an important distinction. Africa is not central because later civilizations choose to revolve around it. It is central because every later civilization, wherever it arises, descends from a species formed there. The expansion of humans across the planet does not provincialize Africa. It universalizes it. Every migration makes the African origin story less local, not more. Every successful adaptation elsewhere becomes another proof that the species being adapted was first forged under African conditions. There is also a strong case that Africa continues shaping the species even after outward dispersals begin. The departures do not empty the continent or freeze its populations in place. Africa remains populous, diverse, and dynamic. Genetic evidence points to continued structure, movement, and innovation within the continent long after some humans have spread abroad. In many ways, this is exactly what one would expect. A homeland that sustained hominin diversity for millions of years does not suddenly become evolutionarily irrelevant once one branch expands beyond it. Instead, Africa remains one of the most important reservoirs of human variation and adaptation. The story after dispersal is therefore not one of abandonment, but of branching. One branch spreads globally, the homeland remains alive and central in its own right. Some of the most intriguing later consequences of carrying Africa within can be seen in how humans handle new climates. When our species reaches colder latitudes, extreme seasonal changes, and unfamiliar ecologies, it does not generally evolve entirely new anatomical packages overnight. More often it responds first through behavior clothing, shelters, fire, food storage, social coordination, and improved technology. This is a hallmark of the species. It solves the environment increasingly outside the body. That strategy has deep roots in Africa, where flexible behavior, tool use, broad foraging, and social learning were already being selected long before anyone saw snow. The specific solutions later developed in Europe or Asia may be local, but the species-level capacity to produce them is African in origin. The same is true of symbolic life, though here the evidence is more delicate. By the time Homo sapiens moves widely beyond Africa, there are already signs within Africa of symbolic marking. Pigment use, bead-making, and practices that suggest identities and meanings extending beyond immediate subsistence. These behaviors do not appear everywhere at once, and they may flicker in and out rather than accumulate in a single smooth rise. But they indicate a species increasingly capable of living in shared imagined worlds as well as physical ones. That capacity too travels. Myths, kinship systems, territorial memories, ritual behaviors, and collective identities may all expand the social range of human groups in ways that aid dispersal and survival. The exact forms later differ enormously, but the underlying social mind does not originate outside Africa. There is a tendency in some narratives to treat Africa as the place people come from, and the rest of the world as the place history happens. This is one of the quiet distortions the science of human origins helps correct. History happens in Africa before dispersal, during dispersal, and after dispersal. Deep time happens there first, and in the most formative way. The outward expansion of Homo sapiens is not the moment when humanity finally becomes interesting. It is the moment when a long African process becomes visible on a global scale. What had been continentally rooted becomes planetary. What had been one branch among many becomes the branch that reaches everywhere. But the substance of the branch remains what Africa made it. Even the interbreeding with Neanderthals and Denisovans, so often emphasized in recent discussions, ultimately highlights rather than diminishes this point. These encounters show that modern humans are not a sealed and perfect lineage. They are a lineage willing, or at least able, to mix when populations meet. That pattern of divergence and reconnection, so visible within Africa, continues beyond Africa as well. The species does not stop being African in evolutionary logic when it crosses a continental threshold. It continues behaving like a product of African evolutionary history, mobile, opportunistic, structured, reconnecting, adaptable. The world becomes larger, but the underlying pattern remains familiar. So the departure from Africa is best understood not as escape, but as extension. A species formed through African variability extends itself into other landscapes. It brings with it inherited anatomy, inherited developmental patterns, inherited capacities for learning and cooperation, inherited tendencies toward population structure and exchange. Some of these traits are biological, some cultural. Most are both in their consequences. Together they allow Homo sapiens to do what no earlier hominin managed on the same scale: occupy nearly every habitable part of the planet, while still remaining one species. That achievement begins not at the border of Africa, but far behind it, in the long continental workshop that created the kind of creature capable of leaving. And that is the final significance of this outward movement. It confirms the answer already visible in fossils, archaeology, and genetics. Humans evolved only in Africa not because Africa kept them trapped, but because Africa made them possible. The later spread across the world does not compete with that truth, it proves it. Every step into Eurasia, every shoreline settlement, every highland camp, every later civilization in every hemisphere begins with a species already shaped by Africa's deep time. The travellers leave the continent, but they never stop being its descendants. In their bodies, in their minds, and in every inherited strategy that lets them survive elsewhere, Africa remains present. They carry it within them into every new world. In the end, the question is larger than geography. Why humans evolved only in Africa is not just a matter of where the oldest bones happen to lie, or where one fortunate lineage first leaves a recognizable trace. It is a question about why one continent becomes the long developmental cradle of a species that will later imagine itself as separate from nature, separate from animals, separate even from its own beginning. The answer, after all the fossils, tools, climate records, and genes are weighed together, is not simple, but it is coherent. Africa holds the right inheritance, the right depth of time, the right ecological variation, the right pattern of fragmentation and reconnection, and the right evolutionary continuity for human origins to unfold there and nowhere else first. It is not one magic place. It is one vast system, and for millions of years that system proves uniquely able to make and remake the human line. The first element in the answer is ancestry. Humans emerge from African apes, not from a generalized primate population scattered evenly across the globe. The line closest to our own begins within a specifically African biological context, among populations already shaped by life in African habitats. That does not make the rest of the world irrelevant to ape history. Eurasia contributes important chapters in the wider story of ancient apes and later humans, but the immediate inheritance that matters for the hominin turn is African. The body that will become bipedal begins there. The social intelligence inherited from ape ancestors begins there. The ecological setting in which that inheritance is tested begins there. Every later explanation rests on this first fact of descent. The second element is environmental range. Africa is not a single habitat, and this may be one of the deepest reasons it matters so much. Within one enormous landmass lie forests, wooded mosaics, open grasslands, lake basins, coasts, uplands, river corridors, and arid belts that expand and contract over time. Such variety allows ape-derived populations to persist, while also being challenged by neighbouring environments, very different from those in which they first evolved. Too much stability, and there is little reason for radical change. Too much uniform harshness, and vulnerable lineages may disappear before change can accumulate. Africa offers something rarer: continuity enough for survival, disruption enough for transformation. A continent that holds many ecological puzzles at once can generate many evolutionary responses. That is exactly what the hominin record shows. The third element is instability, though again not the simple sort. Africa changes repeatedly, but not in a way that wipes out all life or forces every region into the same fate at once. Lakes swell and shrink, forests retreat and return, grasslands spread, wet corridors open across otherwise difficult country and then close again. The Sahara itself moves between barrier and passageway. Rift systems fracture the ground, create local contrasts, and preserve long sedimentary archives. In such a world, selection keeps working. Populations become isolated, adapt locally, then sometimes reconnect. Refugia preserve survivors during hard phases. Later expansions spread genes and behaviors outward again. No single explanation fully accounts for every transition, but the general effect is unmistakable. Africa keeps evolution active without ending the experiment. It pressures hominins hard, yet leaves enough openings for them to persist and diversify. That persistence may be the single most underrated part of the answer. Africa is not only where the first likely hominins appear, it is where hominin evolution stays. For millions of years, the continent sustains a broad and often crowded field of human relatives: Australopiths, robust forms, early Homo, later archaic Homo, and eventually Homo sapiens all emerge or diversify there in sequence and in overlap. This prolonged continuity means the lineage is not constantly restarted from nothing. Innovation has time to accumulate. A change in locomotion can be followed, much later, by changes in hand use, diet, social learning, body form, and brain size. Such accumulation requires long survival. It requires a continent capable not merely of producing an unusual species once, but of holding the larger family across deep time while selection continues to sort among alternatives. Africa does that in a way nowhere else demonstrably does at the same early depth. The fourth element is flexibility. Again and again, the African record favours lineages that are difficult to trap inside one narrow niche. Bipedal hominins appear in mixed environments rather than one simple setting. Tool use arises among creatures already dealing with variable access to food. Diet widens. Bodies become more mobile. Juvenile dependence lengthens, making social learning more important. Knowledge begins to buffer instability. This is not modern humanity yet, but it is the beginning of a distinctly human strategy: solve problems behaviourally as well as anatomically. Africa's shifting conditions may have made this strategy unusually valuable. A highly specialised body can succeed brilliantly for a while, as some robust hominins clearly do, but across repeated environmental changes, open-ended flexibility appears to become the more durable answer. In that sense, Africa does not merely give rise to humans. It teaches them, slowly and harshly, what kind of species they must become in order to last. The fifth element is plurality. One of the clearest lessons of the African record is that humanity is not born as a single clean line. The continent repeatedly hosts multiple hominin forms. Later, the same appears true for our own species at the population level. Homo sapiens does not emerge from one tiny sealed source untouched by all others. It emerges from a structured African landscape of partially separated populations, regional variation, and intermittent gene flow. This matters because it means Africa's contribution is not only that it is first, it is that it produces complexity. It gives rise to a lineage through diversity, through internal variation, through movement and reconnection. The species shaped there is therefore unusually capable of absorbing difference and surviving change. Our origins are African not just in location, but in structure. The sixth element is evidence. Fossils, footprints, tools, sediments, isotopes, and genes all point in the same broad direction. The earliest widely accepted hominins are African. The Australopith radiation is African. The earliest known stone tools are African. The oldest Homo sapiens fossils are African. The greatest living human genetic diversity is African. The deepest branches of modern human ancestry are African. In science, any one line of evidence can be incomplete or misleading on its own. But convergence matters. Here, convergence is exactly what gives the conclusion its force. Preservation bias exists. Discoveries will continue to modify dates and details. Some arguments will be overturned, yet the central pattern has only become clearer as the record grows. Africa is not the answer because one field says so. It is the answer because nearly every relevant field eventually returns to it. There is a deeper human meaning hidden in this scientific picture. People often imagine origins as points of purity, moments when a thing first becomes itself and then remains essentially the same. Human origins do not look like that. The African story shows a species assembled in pieces. First a body that walks differently, then hands used in new ways, then tools, broader diets, wider ranges, longer childhoods, bigger brains, more social dependence, more learned behavior, more capacity to absorb uncertainty. Even modern humans emerge gradually, regionally, with a mosaic of traits rather than an instant transformation. That slow assembly is important because it corrects a fantasy humans often carry about themselves. We are not the result of a single grand leap. We are the result of persistence through instability. That persistence is why Africa remains so central even after humans leave it. When Homo sapiens expands beyond the continent, it does not become something non-African. It becomes globally distributed African ancestry. The species carries with it the products of African evolution, the bipedal body, the adaptable mind, the social and technological flexibility, the deep genetic inheritance. It later meets Neanderthals and Denisovans, later occupies frozen steppe and island chain and mountain plateau, later builds states and scripts and machines. But all of that rests on a foundation laid in Africa. Every later civilization is downstream of African prehistory, whether it remembers that or not. The continent is the biological center of the human story, in a way no later historical shift can erase. And still, the answer should not be romanticized into something mystical. Africa did not produce humans because it was blessed, chosen, or destined. It did so because a particular and rare combination of conditions held there over immense spans of time. Ape ancestry remained rooted there. Environmental diversity remained high. Climatic instability remained strong but uneven. Populations could fragment without always perishing. Evolutionary experiments could recur. The record could accumulate. One lineage, among many, could remain flexible enough to survive when others failed. That is a material answer, not a mythic one, and perhaps that is what makes it so powerful. The human story begins in ordinary realities made extraordinary only by time water, heat, distance, hunger, stone, memory, movement, and the repeated pressure not to break. So the final shape of the mystery is no longer quite a mystery at all. Why humans evolved only in Africa becomes, after long attention, something closer to an inevitability of circumstance, though never an inevitability of outcome, given the ancestry, the landscapes, the climates, the timescales, and the repeated testing of flexibility. Africa is where the human line most plausibly could have taken form. That it did take form there is not surprising once the whole pattern is visible. What is surprising is how long it took us to understand it, and how fragmentary the evidence still is despite everything. The record remains incomplete. New discoveries will come. Some familiar stories will shift again. But the central truth is unlikely to move. Among all the continents on Earth, Africa was the one that made humanity possible. And perhaps that is the quietest and most important legacy of all. To understand why humans evolved only in Africa is to understand that humanity is not separate from the continent that formed it. The species that now circles the globe, redraws landscapes, studies its own past, and asks questions about origins is still carrying an African beginning in every cell and every inherited habit of survival. We are late products of a long African experiment in adaptability. The bones, tools, climates, and genes all say the same thing in different languages. Before there was any other human world, there was Africa, immense and unstable, testing life again and again until one line endured long enough to become us. The longer this story is followed, the quieter it becomes. The arguments remain, the dates shift, a jaw is reclassified, a footprint is measured again, a layer of ash is read with new precision. But beneath all that movement there is a steadier image waiting, a continent under changing skies, water advancing and withdrawing, forest becoming grassland, grassland becoming scrub, lakes appearing like brief inland seas and then fading into dust. Across those landscapes, generation after generation, small groups move, feed, remember, lose, adapt, and continue. They do not know they are carrying the future. They are only trying to survive another season in a world that never stays still for long. That may be the strangest part of human origins. Nothing at the beginning looks grand enough to explain what comes later. There is no single triumphant first moment, no throne, no banner, no instant when humanity arrives fully formed. There are only fragments. A curved finger bone, a pelvis built for walking, a stone flake, marks on ancient bone, a skull with a face that feels unexpectedly familiar. The story assembles itself slowly because that is how it happened slowly, unevenly, through many branches and many losses, until one lineage remains capable of carrying the whole burden onward. And all of it begins in Africa not as a symbol, but as a place, a real continent with real climates, real pressures, real distances, real danger, and real opportunity. That is what gives the answer its weight. Humanity is not abstract at its root. It is geographical, ecological, biological. It belongs first to ancient African ground. Every later journey, every city, every ship, every border, every language, every empire, every memory of belonging somewhere else comes after that first belonging. Perhaps that is why the end of the story feels less like a conclusion than a return. After all the migrations and expansions, after the meeting of other human relatives, after the spread into deserts, forests, islands, and frozen plains, the deepest map still narrows back to one continent. Not because it was the centre of the world in any later political sense, but because it was the long cradle of the kind of being that could eventually imagine the whole world as home. So the final image is not of conquest, but of endurance. Early morning light over an African basin, distant water, a few figures moving along its edge. Their footprints will vanish. Their names will never exist. Most of what they are will be lost, and yet not quite lost, because in the end, every human face is part of what remains of them. The species goes everywhere, but its first home never disappears. It stays beneath the story, quiet and immense, where humanity began.